came from Kenyans. Speaking in Washington, USA, Ruto did not name the departments directly, although he said they had been used in money laundering as there is no strict system in place to monitor them. Ruto, meanwhile, called the president a refugee in the opposition camp, while also claiming that ODM leader Raila Odinga is a puppet who is being used to achieve certain people's agenda if he gets the country's leadership. He also said that the truce between President Uhuru Kenyatta and ODM chief Raila Odinga, commonly known as the handshake, had created an environment for corruption, as there is no opposition to check the government's performance, which has also affected the implementation of the government's Big Four agenda.
The supposed opposition leader has become a puppet of government, and the leader of the ruling party is now a refugee in the opposition. The handshake took away the oversight role of the opposition. In Kenya today, we do not have an opposition. There is a mongrel of an organization. Nobody knows what the hell it is. People don't know whether we have the opposition in government or the government in the opposition. Because for all intents and purposes, the opposition is running government and government is running the opposition, which is quite a situation.
Ruto also expressed concern about the possible disruption of the next general election and called on the international community to ensure the election is free and fair.
Democracy is on the ballot in this election. Inclusivity is on the ballot in this election. The stability of Kenya is on the ballot in this election, in the sum total of it. So that's why this election is very important.
This is ODM Chief Chairperson John Mbadi has condemned statements made by Deputy President William Ruto while in the US that there exists a plan to rig the August 9th general election. Mbadi says that Ruto is afraid of the fact that all indicators show that ODM Chief Raila Odinga is poised to win the elections, hence the rigging claims by Ruto.
He is now crying, insisting that election is going to be stolen, and he's saying it in the US. Now, the question I want to ask is, what is Ruto telling us? Is he telling us that he has been participating in rigged elections previously? Is he admitting that? But even if he's not admitting that, why does he think that this time election will be stolen? Is it because President Uhuru Kenyatta has shown Kenyans that he's supporting Raila Odinga? It is his democratic right. Uhuru is a Kenyan, he's a voter. He's still going to live in this country.
He argued that Ruto is preparing himself to dispute the elections, insisting that as ODM, they are working hard to ensure that they win the elections and will not be sidetracked by the sideshows from the Ruto brigade.
We warned Ruto long time ago that presidency, running for presidency is a marathon. It is not 100 meters. You cannot run a marathon like you are running one lap race. And that is what he has been doing. Right now, he is so fatigued, he is tired. We have overtaken him, and now he has resorted into unnecessary complaints.
And the Maendeleo Chap party will only negotiate a pre-election pact with Azimio parties ahead of the August 9th general election. Party leader Alfred Mutua, after chairing the party's National Governing Council meeting, said the party had laid out elaborate mechanisms of working with ODM leader Raila Odinga's Grand Coalition outfit in order to secure a win in the August 9th general election. The Machakos governor also assured aspirants of various political offices that the party will conduct free and fair nominations for all relevant elected positions, saying the party will not issue direct nomination tickets to any candidates. And the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission chairperson Ofula Chebukati says social media messaging is critical in steering the management and conduct of elections, noting that the IEBC cannot operate without exploiting and occupying each space on social media. He was speaking in Nakuru County, where the commission is conducting a media handling and etiquette training which aims to enable IEBC tell its own story, with the medium being the media. The European Union has denied claims of racist discrimination of Africans, including Kenyans, in their ongoing evacuation from Ukraine following Russia's invasion. In a joint statement, the EU said that its member states bordering Ukraine have granted every refugee unregistered and restricted access into their countries, pointing out that some isolated cases may be as a result of authorities at the border being overwhelmed by the refugee inflow. In regards to Kenya, the EU said that over 200 Kenyan citizens were stranded in Ukraine due to the invasion. This is Newswire Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri. The following takes place between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m.
Thank you.
The political class, the contestants, everybody is trying to outsteal the other.
Remorse is not taught in any school. Manners is something you get from your mother. You don't get it from your political party.
Why are we so unfocused as a country? Why are we spending money and resources, yet we have real challenges in this country?
This coronavirus pandemic should teach us one thing, that universal healthcare is critical. Because at this point, whether you have a medical card that covers you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Friday morning, end of the first week of March, and what are we looking at on the streets today? Langata is looking pretty good. Jogoro has started to build up just now. It should not be too much of an issue, at least for this minute. The Southern Bypass also looking good. Uhuru Highway out into the city and then out through its Westlands. Not bad at all. A bit of a build up on the Thika Superhighway, but we're not looking at anything crazy just yet. It is piling up closer to the Outer Ring Junction, however. And we're also looking at Westlands piling up this morning, but traffic is not a thing, at least not at a few minutes after 6 o'clock. We're going to wait, see what it looks like in a short while. But for now, easy streets. Take it easy whichever way. And then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
Good morning.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM.
You know that song? It's Friday.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
I got the words. I actually got the words. Should I sing it for you? It's Friday. It's Saturday, Sunday. Whoa. That's what it says.
That's what it says, huh?
Yeah.
What did they just say?
That's what they say.
That's not what they say.
You remixed your own things over the years.
That's not what they say.
That's what they say.
Eric, you heard that song. Is that what they say?
She sang that song here. And I used those words.
What did you say?
But now, because Ndu has used them, now they are the words.
That's what you said. Sing it. Let's see.
I am not going to compete with the two of you, especially when you're discussing songs in a language I don't fully understand.
It's Friday, yay. Then Saturday, Sunday, whoa.
Omo, you've never said it like that.
He has said it like that.
No.
I was here.
Okay, say it. Sing it.
No.
Sing it. Let's go.
No, you've
1,
done it.
2, 2.
Friday. It's Saturday, Sunday.
What? Hey. Everybody, how you doing? This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's a Situation Room. It's a lovely Friday, like Ndu has said. And then it'll be Saturday, and then Sunday, and then
whoa.
Monday again. 4th day of March 2022. 4 days into counting onto the day that President Uhuru Kenyatta will do the thing. He said it. And did you get the clip? We're actually going to play that clip of the president saying, I will drive on this road myself in March. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. This is where everything happens. We'll have very many interesting conversations today. We'll have a healthy conversation at 8. Who are our guests? We have 2 guests.
We do. We're going to be talking to a couple of gentlemen who are bringing healthcare closer through digital solutions, Dr. Mandela Kibiriti and Yosef Murad. And it will be interesting to hear, really, how health can be packaged into a service that you can access on your phone, and what they're doing around the country, and what more Kenyans can take advantage of.
Okay. So this is health, not health insurance. It's basically health information.
Health information, diagnosis.
Consultation,
exactly.
Interesting.
Right.
Interesting. Let's go to COVID.
Okay.
So has the ministry now told us that we can do like that?
No, sorry, you
No,
cannot do like
not
that.
yet. No.
You cannot do like that because the ministry has not said you can do like that.
Okay.
So don't do
Like that.
All right. So we're looking at 442 million around the world. 442,331,939. That's the number of COVID-19 cases worldwide. Now, let's look at Kenya specifically. What are we looking at? Technology doesn't want to work with me, but all right. So we are looking at a slight increase of COVID-19 cases in the country. Nothing too alarming. We're looking at still low positivity rates of under 1%. 0 deaths having been recorded over the last 24 hours. Specifically, that number is 23. Positivity rate of 0.4%. Just interestingly, Kenya has lost 5,640 people to COVID over the last 2 years. And those are the numbers that we're looking at. Cumulative tests that have been done so far, 3.3 million. Now, the number of vaccines that have come into the country are over half in terms of numbers of population. But just about 30% of the population now has been fully vaccinated, plus booster shots. So those are the numbers that we're looking at. A new surgeon...
Doing well.
Yeah, well... yeah.
The initial target was, 30% by the end of 2022?
30% by June 2022. So they were looking at having an extra 10 million people vaccinated by then. So we're looking at just about 26%. Haven't reached that extra 10 million just yet. So let's wait and see. But the numbers are not looking too bad. Vaccines are available. Asking more people to come out and get vaccinated is the thing. Surgeon General of the United States, his name is Dr. Vivek Murthy. Right? And he's calling on big tech to turn over COVID-19 misinformation data because he feels that big tech would be able to take advantage of the misinformation to use it for other things. He's demanded information from the platforms about the major sources of COVID-19 misinformation, and companies have until the 2nd of May to submit this data. He requested that they submit about the scale of COVID-19 misinformation on social networks, search engines, crowdsourced platforms, e-commerce, and managing systems. A request for information from the Surgeon General's office demanded that tech platforms send data and analysis on the prevalence of COVID-19 misinformation on their sites, starting with common examples of vaccine misinformation documented by the CDCs. The notice asks companies to submit exactly how users saw or may have been exposed to instances of COVID-19 misinformation, as well as aggregate data on demographics that may have been disproportionately exposed or affected by the information. It's interesting. So he wants to know when, he wants to know where, how, and whom. What he's going to do with this information, unbeknownst to many, but he would like to have it. And they are forced to comply, actually. By nature of the fact that he is the Surgeon General. And he says, look, tell us, how have people been misinformed? Who has done the misinformation? When were they misinformed? And in what manner were they misinformed? We want to know. Who knows whether it will be used for future reference? Who knows if it will be used to go after certain companies? You do not know. But they want this information. And by law, they will be forced to comply.
Actually, also information about those that engaged in the sale of unproven COVID-19 products, services, and treatments.
Exactly.
Yeesh.
Everybody who woke up and said, drink a kilo of salt water, blah, blah, blah. He wants to know who those people are, where they are, and whom they work for.
Okay. I guess on one hand, it's good for the government to know the various sources of information so that in future, if you are running a public information campaign, then this is how you package your information. This is how you target people, because the government has just done a poor job And other people have done a better job at targeting their own kind of information.
Indeed.
Still on the issue of classification of what is real and what is fake, I am still stuck on that. Who said that what the government is telling you is the only truth? Anyway, it's 6:15. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. We're live streaming the show on YouTube and Facebook, and we are also live on SpiceFM around the country. We're also having conversations on Twitter and Instagram, SpiceFM KE. If you're online, and you are, just say hello to us. We'll be doing a roll call and seeing who is online and acknowledging your presence this lovely Friday morning. Hello.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Oh, you got to do it. 25 more seconds of this plank, then I hit the shower, get a smoothie, pay rent, and still make it to meet the supplies.
15 seconds.
Ooh, it burns. I'll pay the website guy during the meeting so that I have time to get flowers before the anniversary dinner.
We know that life is go, go, go. That's why with ABSA's digital channels, you can bank when, where, and how you want so you can focus on what or who is important to you. Get things done simply with our digital solutions.
To bank anytime, anywhere on our digital channels, dial *224# or download the ABSA app on the App Store or Play Store.
That's Africanacity. That's ABSA. ABSA Bank Kenya PLC is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. Terms and conditions apply.
Dare for fast relief from fever? Take Cipladon. The fizz works to relieve pain.
Clear conditions in Nairobi this morning at 17, highs of 28 and lows of 16 today. It's clear in Nakuru at 13, highs of 30 today and lows of 12. 12 degrees and clear in Nyeri, highs of 28 and lows of 9. It's clear in Eldoret at 12, highs of 26, back down to lows of 12 today. Partly cloudy conditions in Mombasa at 25, highs of 32 and lows of 25. While in Malindi, it's partly cloudy at 26, highs of 31. And clear conditions at 19 in Kisumu, highs of 32 and lows of 19. Kakamega clear at 15 this morning, highs of 32, back down to lows of 15. Out in Kampala, it's clear at 21, highs of 30 and lows of 18. Dar es Salaam is partly cloudy at 25, highs of 32. We're looking at Johannesburg and it's clear at 17, highs of 23 and lows of 16, while it's clear conditions in Lagos at 28. It'll go to highs of 33, back down to lows of 26. It's raining this early Friday morning in Kinshasa at 24. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 23. Out in Beijing early Friday afternoon, it's 10 degrees and sunny, going to highs of 11 and lows of -3. Clear conditions in Paris at 7, highs of 13 and lows of 2, while there's a haze over London City. At 9 degrees this morning, highs will be 9 and lows will be 9. -2 and clear in New York Thursday night. It'll come into Friday with highs of 6 and lows of -6.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Okay, it's 19 after 6, so who is online?
Victor says, good morning, tuned in from Siaya County. Patrick Fikirini says, good morning, and he's tuned in from County 001. Europe, Kisumu. George Toll says, hello, how are you? Good to have you in the studio this morning with us. Good morning, tuning from Kimilili, and that's where Amos Freeman is. Victor, like you never left, indeed. Dagi Oguta, good morning, Situation Room. Miss Ndu, Miss Derek, Dr. Muga, tuned in from Kisumu already and ready for Kenya's biggest conversation, indeed. Johnston, good morning to you from Kericho. And Robert, hello from Mombasa this morning. The Great Wall of Kino is where Junior Odero is tuned in this morning. And of course, Sir Haran is tuned in from Kisumu. Good morning.
Okay. So there's Karapul and there's Kasipul.
Are they in the same place?
No.
Yeah?
No.
Okay. City? Are we still in Libya?
We are in Libya.
Okay.
I gave you a peek preview of what was coming today. Those who pry into other people's affairs will hear what they do not like. I dare say they may also see what they do not like.
Those who pry into other people's affairs will see and hear what they do not like.
Well done. Yes.
Okay. Straightforward.
Kinachokungojea sio kile ulichotarajia.
Ateke. Kinacho inakugonjea si what?
What you expected is not what you may receive.
Hey, okay. So now, let's look at the newspaper headlines. Remember, you can get access to the standard content through an app, the Standard e-paper app. Just go to Google Play Store, Apple App Store, download the Standard e-paper app, and you have access to this. Or you can just go to www.standardmedia.co.ke. You will be asked to subscribe. Just create an account, subscribe, and then you'll be accessing all these from wherever you are. Okay, what's in the papers?
Deputy President, William Ruto, has said that 100 billion shillings is stolen by graft cartels yearly. So just do quick math here. 12 months in a year, 100 billion divided by 12.
Why don't we
9,
just make it...
So we just do 2 billion per day times 365 and see whether it adds up. Are these people working the same? Who do we believe?
Well, let me tell you the details of the story before you guys begin to analyze.
120 billion so that the maths is easier.
There's so much. I mean, who do we believe? So, one, the president says 2 billion shillings per day, right? Per day. How many days in a year?
365 or 366, depending on if you're in a leap year.
So let's do 366 times 2. What does that come to?
Almost 800.
732.
Yes.
That is 732 billion. And then a whopping 682 billion shillings more than what this man is telling us.
But see, even Kimare was not 21, it was around 7.
The man is telling us it's 100 billion. The Auditor General, the former Auditor General told us a third of the budget.
See,
so it's 1 trillion. So how much is lost to budget?
Let me read the story now. People will have done analysis and finish and put everything.
Okay.
Let me tell you what the story says.
Why don't you just tell us the story? Because it is clear a lot of money is being stolen. Depending on who is telling you the story.
Okay.
Carry on.
Thank you very much. In a scathing attack on the government, you wonder what he's part of, the DP accused the Uhuru administration of abetting corruption. Further claimed Jubilee administration veered off course in the second term. Deputy President William Ruto has claimed that a whopping 100 billion shillings is budgeted, for corruption cartels in Kenya every financial year. In his sustained attack against the government, which he is ironically the second to command, Ruto claimed that billions of shillings are carted away into obscure institutions. The supposed opposition leader is a puppet of the government, and the leader of the ruling party is a refugee in the opposition. Further, the DP also accused the Jubilee administration of veering off course in the second term, saying its priorities had changed from the Big Four agenda to reversing the gains of Kenya's progressive constitution. Ruto alleged that throughout its tenure, President Uhuru Kenyatta's government has channeled billions into opaque institutions with no oversight. That amount has grown by between 4 to 5-fold in the last 10 years. Where you have accountability problems and oversight challenges, the more money you put in opaque institutions, the greater the corruption is there, he said Wednesday during his tour of the United States. The DP, who spoke at a forum on politics and policy at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington, did not explicitly state the opaque institutions which he referred to were, but he did make reference to the Office of the President, which he said controlled the budget of the agencies tasked with investigating and prosecuting corruption cases, such as the Inspector Generals and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations. He added that the situation had led to a subjective war on corruption, which he claimed had been personalized. The DP was responding to queries over his integrity.
So he says that their government, his and Uhuru's, has had budgeted corruption of at least 100 billion shillings every financial year, and this figure has been growing over the last 10 years.
Yes.
So when they came in, they were budgeting about 1 billion shillings to corruption.
Just for corruption.
10 billion shillings to corruption.
So he knew.
And then by now, it has gone to 100 billion shillings to corruption. So let's say with that, by the time he was still the proper deputy president with no official person opposition person who's in government in 2017, they were budgeting 50 billion shillings to corruption, and he knew about it.
Yes.
Isn't that what he has just admitted?
Indeed. This is what he has just told us, that they did it together.
Carry on.
He says that the administration has deliberately refused to operationalize the judiciary fund, contrary to the constitutional dictates to weaponize the war on corruption. He goes on to say, we must have an accountable government and accountable public officials. Accountability must be built around institutions. The moment the fight on corruption is subjective and personalized, it runs the risk of being used as a political tool by your competitors. Okay, so we have then 100 billion shillings from William Ruto. We have 2 billion shillings a day. We have just said it's 732 billion shillings in a financial year, closer to the 1 trillion shillings that we talk about from the Auditor General. So everybody in government knows that they're budgeting for corruption. And everybody says that somebody else should come in and sort out the problem.
Or that they themselves who are in should come in next.
Now, if you give them more powers, they are going to come and sort out
they
the
themselves
problem.
who knew about this thing can actually come back with more power and sort out the issue. Yes. Do you see how that can work?
Yeah, I see how that can work.
Yeah.
I see how that can work. I see it. I see it very well. It's clear. I can see clearly.
Okay.
This is a very big thing that Ruto is saying here, and it's also been a very big thing that the president said. For example, in Sagana, and when the president was hitting out at the religious leaders and the clergy, he made mention of the Aurora and Kimorero dams. Said 3 billion shillings that should have gone to build dams and give the people of Elgeyo Marakwet water, the children of Elgeyo Marakwet water, has been brought to you.
Children of God.
Yes, the children of God from Elgeyo Marakwet has been brought to you in these churches.
Essentially denying the children of God something as simple and precious as water.
As water. The point is, the president was aware, and the president has been aware that this is happening. But the president is basically saying he's been powerless to actually even just... So if you have seen it, it's impossible for you to seize that money. All these guys, they're playing with our heads.
Joking.
They are playing with our heads, and it's just not fair. It's not fair because you're basically using those children of God from Elgeyo Marakwet County as pawns in your own fight.
The moment you add that bit, then now you have politicized this. There's a narrative of simply telling the story as it is. But the moment you have some tear-jerking narrative, bringing in the common mwananchi, this time it's not just a common mwananchi, they are children also.
God, yes.
And then you throw in the Almighty into that mix. Right. Nothing is sacred for politicians, and nothing is beyond being a tool for their use. Nothing.
And as all that is happening, as they're talking about, gleefully talking about how 100 billion shillings, 1 trillion shillings is lost to corruption, they're corrupting it and all. 23 counties from the arid and semi-arid areas of Kenya have lost over 50% of their livestock to drought since last year. Okay? Wajir, Mandera, Garissa, Marsabit, Samburu, Turkana and Laikipia are the hardest hit, with fears that the situation could get worse in coming days. This is as the Council of Governors called on the national government to intervene by assisting the affected counties. According to the council, the drought situation was getting worse, with the education sector also feeling the pinch as parents relocate with their families in search of pasture. This march from the COG met officials from the national government, NGOs and other partners in Naivasha to address the current situation and mitigation measures. Governor Ali Roba of Mandera noted that all the ASOL counties are suffering from suppressed pastures and hence the deaths of the livestock. 50% of livestock in the ASOL areas is a huge percentage of the livestock in the country, because this is where most of our livestock is.
Yep.
Now, they're asking NGOs to help.
Why don't they just hand over that ministry to the NGOs then?
Yeah, indeed.
Because
clearly you can't handle it.
See, they have budgeted for it. They've corrupted. They've cooled the money.
Because
they know the government does not have money. So now let's ask NGOs that they bring the money so we can also eat that one.
Yeah. Now that, my friend, is appointed to another disease. Somehow you cock up monumentally, and somebody is supposed to pick up the pieces and salvage. Well, they have no reputation to salvage anyway, so that's not really the issue.
Eric, CT's back.
Yeah, boss.
That guy who was here on Wednesday, he went back to where he came from. I've just seen CT Amerud.
City Muga is
Welcome
here
back.
with us.
Please.
Welcome, City.
Welcome.
It's 6:30. In fact, on that note, let's take a look at traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
SpiceFM is taking you and 4 of your friends to the movies courtesy of everyone's favorite delicious fruit-flavored soda, Fanta and Anga Cinema. All you have to do to win movie tickets for your squad to an exclusive pre-screening of The Batman is to brush up on your Batman movie trivia and join me, Yolanda, and DJ Absolute on Sugar and Spice every weekday from 11 a.m. for your chance at a front row
we see
seat
it
to
on
witness
Mombasa
cinema
Road, and
history.
quite a thing. It's going to take some time to get out of this one. From the Weybridge towards the SGR, piling up really quickly, a bumper to bumper already in some parts, but then it will be too bad. Inbound to the city is moving quicker than outbound is for some reason. We're also looking at the thicker superhighway piling up some, but actually not too crazy today. Not following in what it has been all week. Outer Ring, then getting onto the thicker superhighway, not bad at all. We have some traffic then going further out towards Clayworks, just past Ridgeways there. Also a little bit of a hold up. Pangani at the underpass, some issues as you get then out towards the city. Coming off Kiambu Road, not too bad now, but from all indications it's likely to pile up just a little bit as well. Coming out of Westlands is where we'll see some traffic on Waiyaki Way. Don't forget that you can use the Red Hill Link Road. Looking at Mudangari, then out from James Gishuru, piling up also. Ngong Road not looking too bad. Jogo Road as doing its usual thing. And Langata Road, this is the time to be on Langata Road because there's no traffic. I can't tell you that it'll be the same thing at 7 o'clock, but use it now. And then let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice
27
FM,
minutes to 7.
Nairobi.
This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues. So, City, tulisalibwana nani tena?
There is a gentleman, Uber, my Uber guy. Let me get his names correctly.
Everybody has a cab guy.
No, everybody has a guy. Everybody also knows a guy. Okay? Now, he listens to us on a daily basis. Daily. His name is Benson Okoh.
Ben Okoh.
Yeah, and he told us, he told me, kwanza salimia wenzako. Wasalim sana.
Tumesalimika.
He's a gentleman who grew up in Mombasa, a place called Changamwe. Okay? But he went to a school in a place called Magongo, for those who know Mombasa. And he says, bwana, mnatuelimisha sana bwana. Kila asubuhi bwana, kila nikifungua radio bwana, nasikia mapya.
Bwana.
Bwana we.
I have to add bwana every
Bwana.
Yes.
Okay.
Asante sana, Ben. What are you looking at, City?
I am looking at this headline is a headline. It's really a headline.
It's the one.
This one. Forget the shilling has dipped, the shilling has climbed Mount Kenya. Forget those things. UN deregisters 30 students amid fees crisis.
UN.
You said UN.
You said UN, man.
Yes. I meant to say UON.
Okay.
Surely you ought to know what I mean.
Okay.
UON deregisters 30,000 students amid fees crisis.
What?
Read that story.
The United Nations of Nairobi University. Okay, the University of Nairobi. Has been looking at ways and means of resolving this crisis they have with money. Okay? And so they've been looking through the admissions that they have in the university. And they understood, one, there are several categories of students. One, there are students who register, attend 1 or 2 classes, disappear. There are those who registered but could not continue because you need to have paid fees for you to continue. Now, this is against a backdrop of understanding that the government actually pays up to 80% of the fees of the people who are in public universities. Okay? Then there are the people who want to study for a higher degree of master's or PhD. Right? Because of these problems, again, money, you find people do not continue. Now, COVID muddied these waters completely. Because of COVID, by the time the University of Nairobi got their ducks in a row and they were able to manage online learning, etc., some people had gone off to seek livelihoods elsewhere. And so, simply look at the register. What the university does, it gives an allowance in most cases. If your course is a 2-year course, for example, you're given up to a 4-year course, you're given up to 8 years to complete it. If it's a 2-year course, you're given up to 4 years. So there are people who've exhausted that time period that they were given, so they are going to be removed. So essentially, if you look at the percentage that is being removed, it's actually 37.5%.
Good grief.
Yes, of those in the register. But, however, all is not lost. The university also offers an opportunity for readmission. Details aren't actually provided, but you can come back and register again.
And pick up from where you left off.
Essentially, if in my interpretation is come and pay fees.
Yeah, pay fees and continue.
Come pay fees and then you can continue.
Those are very many students.
That's one in every 3 students is going to be deregistered. That's a big deal.
Yes, that's why I told you this story is big.
So is it about, what is this about? Is this the parallel admission program, or are these sponsored students, or are these students who have access to help? I mean,
even if you
what's
have
the story
access to
around
help,
these 300,000 people? Have they applied to help? Have they gotten help?
30,000.
30,000. What's the story around?
Fees. 1. 2, you have not been attending classes. You registered, attended, essentially absent.
So there's absent.
People don't know where you went.
Okay.
All right?
Those ones, okay. I get
You
that.
are supposed to have completed a certain number of units by a certain time, nada.
Yeah.
So you, your stay, heavy.
You're basically not a student.
Yes, precisely.
So let's just work together and not make you a student.
And when you're ready to become a student, come back. So that we can now make you a student.
Yes.
Then there are those who are pursuing some of these courses. Some people have dropped off because, 1, people pursued higher courses or higher degrees. It was an opportunity to earn better salaries, to get a better job. But with COVID, again, that one, you realize this is not going to work. Because many corporate organizations simply froze. So the issue of upward mobility was also given an abrupt halt, stop. Don't move. Don't go. So, under those circumstances, it's called rationalization.
Okay.
The University of Nairobi.
Thank you.
Yes.
And you've got to start with the.
The University of Nairobi. Not the Nairobi University. No. The University of Nairobi. There's hakuna ingine. Now, all this information was information that they gleaned from the VC, one Professor Kiama.
What?
I dare say other universities will follow suit.
They will.
I dare say.
Speaking of students, I've got an interesting story of a student. In January 2020, we are in March 2022, so we're not giving you any history. It's just the other day, okay? Gamaliel Isaac Mogoi reported to the Alliance High School, powered by the hope that burnt in the hearts of the hundreds of Form 1 students that had been selected to join the school from across the nation. Gamaliel Isaac Mogoi joins Form 1. When he walked in, he got into the long driveway lined with jacaranda trees and up a small hill. He was mesmerized by the imposing administration block. Across him were the field, the Carrie Francis Memorial Lecture Center, and the school chapel. That night, Gamaliel lay awake in his bed at Githaiga House, marveling at how brilliant he was to play the system and get admitted into one of the most prestigious schools in the country. As he pulled the covers and the lights out at around 10 p.m., only he knew the secret that he carried. Gamaliel was not his real name. That's not all. He was old enough to be a parent to some of the boys that he had stood in line with at supper that evening.
Say what?
You know, Eric is reading a story of Goldilocks and the Seven Dwarfs.
Nakuru.
Yes.
When drifting off to sleep later that night, he hoped the secret would never come out. This was the 3rd secondary school that he had been admitted into. The name on his student ID was fake. The person who checked him in was not a relative as he had presented. On the 1st of March, that same year, journalists and ordinary folk milled around the Kikuyu law courts because they had heard rumors a student was going to be brought from Alliance to the courts. They did not know why he was going to be brought. Not many knew why. The details existed in a 2-page charge sheet drawn on the 2nd of February that contained 4 counts. Lloyd Abednego Mogoi, alias Gamaliel Isaac Mogoi, on diverse dates between October 28, 2020 and November 28, 2021, being a Form 1 student at Alliance, printed the words, "Alliance High School strong to serve. You gave us a deceptive principal. Kindly take him back. School bus, chapel, badge support, and Form 1 intake." The words imply that he was or might be trying to lead the students to damage or burn the school. The words were printed in a season of school fires and strikes around the country. It was the first count. Lloyd Abednego Mogoi, alias Gamaliel Isaac Mogoi, had, after admission to Alliance High School, started stirring dissent. So he's brought to court. First charge, you are trying to incite students to strike. When he walked into the school in Kikuyu, he might have relived his experience from January 2004 when he walked into Mutwini High School in Dagoretti. The previous year, he had sat his KCPE exam and got admitted to Mutwini in Dagoretti. For the next 3 years, he was a diligent student. By the time he got to Form 3, the popularity had started to wane. He left the school and sought admission to another school. From Dagoretti, he enrolled to Dr. Ribeiro Parkland's Boys High School. Upon admission, he gave the reason for transfer as difficulty in paying fees. Here, agreeing to go back a year, he re-enrolled to Form 3. The following year, 2008, he sat his KCSE and scored a mean grade of B with 65 points. This, it seems, was not enough for him, and instead of accepting his admission to the Technical University of Kenya, formerly known obviously as Kenya Poly, to pursue a degree in land survey, he opted to resit the exam. 2009, buoyed by the familiarity of the previous year's exam, he improved his grade to a B+ of 72 points. This secured him a place at Egerton University, where he pursued a Bachelor of Science in Instrumentation and Control Engineering under a scholarship by KenGen. Things did not go as Lloyd had hoped. By the third year, in 2011, the demands of academic life were getting to him, so he deferred a semester in his 4th year. It was 2 years before he went back to university.
4th year?
Yes. It was 2 years before he went back to university to try and finish his coursework. In 2015, however, towards the end of his 5-year course, he left and never went back to Egerton University, where he was pursuing a bachelor's degree of science in instrumentation and control engineering under a scholarship from KenGen. He cut everyone off, including his sponsors. The second count on his charge sheet points not to just where Mogoi was when he fell off the radar from Egerton University, but it also indicates what he might have been up to and what the next phase of his life would be. 2018, close to 3 years after he left university, Mogoi, who was then 27 years old, walked into the Kisii Central Registration of Persons office. He said he needed to replace a lost birth certificate. Knowingly and with intent, this is what the charge sheet reads, you made a false statement to the effect that you were issued the birth certificate number A0541522 in the name of Gamaliel Isaac Mogoi, knowing that you had previously been issued with a national identification card 29115190 in the name of Lloyd Abednego Mogoi. Umesikia story so far? Can I repeat? Just a recap. This boy sits...
this man.
Let's start with the boy. This boy sits his exams, KCPE, in 2004. Gets admitted to a school in Dagoretti called Mutwini High School. Boy goes into Mutwini High School. He's a popular kid. He gets to Form 3. He feels, this school I'm not connecting with. Drops out of Mutwini. Goes to Parklands. Goes to Dr. Ribeiro Parkland's Boys High School. He's admitted. He's asked, why are you changing from Mutwini? He's like, an issue, the school fees. He's admitted to Dr. Ribeiro in Parklands. He sits his KCSE, scores a B with 65 points. He feels, he's admitted to Technical University. He feels, no, I do not want to do a land survey course. He resits KCSE. He scores a better grade, B+, 72 points. Earns him admission to Egerton University to pursue a degree in engineering, instrumentation and control engineering. Goes to Egerton. First year, second year, third year, he feels, this thing is not working. Second semester, fourth year, drops out. Okay? 2 years later, comes back to university to finish his coursework. Towards the end of his 5-year course, he does not finish, disappears, goes off the radar. Next, he reappears in Kisii, goes to the registrar of persons in Kisii and says, you know what, I lost my birth certificate. Can I get another one? What's your name? My name is this one now, he gives. Elias Gamaliel, whatever. He is given a new birth certificate. Remember, he's an old man of 27. He has an ID. But he now goes and says, my name is not Lloyd Abednego Mogoi. I am Gamaliel Isaac Mogoi. Given a new
certificate.
Birth certificate.
Yes.
So armed with this birth certificate, he left Kisii County and traveled to Kiambu County for another stab at education. At 27 and now going by the name Gamaliel Isaac Mogoi, he enrolls at Gashororo Primary School in Juja in Standard 7.
Primary school.
Standard 7. Are we together so far?
Wow.
Newly born man called Gamaliel Isaac Mogoi goes to Juja. From Kisii, where he goes his birth certificate, comes to Juja, enrolls Gashororo Primary School in Standard 7. He explains that due to fee constraints, he had been unable to pursue education further than Standard 7.
This is a guy who got to university and left
Sorry,
in his fourth year.
please. So, excuse me.
5th.
Sorry.
5th?
Yes.
5th.
For the 2 years that he was at Gashororo, he was a star student. So trusted was he that when not in class preparing for the KCPE exam, he would often sneak into the secondary school section to tutor Form 4 students in mathematics and geography.
I'm sorry.
Ask.
Excuse me. This man. How does he look like? Because
well, he's been able to convince. He's been able to convince the administration
that he's 12 years old.
No, he's told them that this is a desire to finish education.
So the age doesn't matter.
He had been to Standard 7. He dropped out because school fees, because family, because whatever.
So
he
age
went wherever he went.
here.
So he came back. He was like, I'd like to really. And of course, you as a principal of Gashororo, you're like the headmaster of Gashororo. Good
and
boy.
it is here you have chosen. Absolutely.
Come, it's okay. Let's give you an opportunity. So he enrolls.
Of course, didn't mention that he was about to graduate from university
Why
just
would
a
he-
few
why would he
why?
mention? Why would he muddy his own waters?
Yeah. He is such a good student. He even sneaks into the secondary school and he teaches students.
Hey.
He teaches Form 4 students mathematics and geography. He's a Standard 7 boy in the primary section, but he comes to tutor Form 4s. As expected, he was among the top performers in the school. He got 410 out of 500. Okay? In KCPE. Of course, that earns him a spot at the Alliance High School. National School. And that's where the third offense on the charge sheet comes in. Obtaining registration by false pretense. In 2019, the charge sheet reads, at Gashororo Primary School within Kiambu County, willfully procured yourself a registration of Kenya's Certificate of Primary Education Certificate in the name of Mogoi Gamaliel Isaac by falsely pretending that your name was Mogoi Gamaliel Isaac instead of Lloyd Abednego Mogoi as your personal ID, as in your ID. His last day at Alliance may point to what he was thinking of during that first night. In a bid to fit in, he could have been feigning excitement and anxiety, perhaps with a tinge of homesickness. He said to have been inciting other students, which led the school to try to understand his background, and the truth started coming out. Investigators say throughout his life, a web of untruths surrounded him. Some of them are a matter of life and death. For example, July 29, 2020, a post made rounds on the Mutuini High School Facebook page. An alumnus of the school had some devastating news for the class of 2007. A DM to his inbox from Mogoi's Facebook account said, Mogoi had passed away the previous day. Remember his first school, Luko Mutuini?
Yeah, then they knew he's dead.
So they have a Facebook page.
He's
a member of this Facebook page.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. A DM from his Facebook to this group says, man, I've died.
Eric said, man, he said, man, I've died.
This is how the message on that Facebook page read. It is with great sadness that I announce the passing of my brother and confidant, Mr. Lloyd Abednego Mogoi. He died last night at Modern Hospital, Juja, as a result of diabetes and a failing heart. We are saddened and shocked at his passing. Would appreciate monetary donations to help pay for funeral expenses. The person here sending this message is his brother.
Yeah,
we are saddened to announce the death of my brother. Now I have access to his Facebook. I'm just informing you people.
His friends.
His friends. The grief on the Mutuini High School Facebook was palpable. But those who received the message said there was no further information on the death. However, there was an attached phone number through which well-wishers could send money. It was registered to Lloyd Mogoi, the man they knew in Mutuini, Lloyd Mogoi. While the Mutuini community mourned in different ways, Mogoi was in Githaiga House Alliance.
Chilling.
I was not well.
I'm telling you, my mother used to say, it's not the person who is naked on the street that was the only mad one.
No, this person was not well. In fact,
he's not okay.
It's because what he seems to thrive on, or his self-esteem seems to depend solely on the attention other people give him. There's a term for it. It's actually called histrionic personality disorder. And people who have it will go to great lengths to the point of it being inappropriate for people to approve. Just look at what the guy did. He was a popular student. When he goes to Juja, he's going across to go and teach people mathematics and geography.
Yes.
If you look at
He was about to complete his university studies.
No, you are saying university.
He had secured a scholarship from Kengen.
Yeah.
Yes. What about the time when his popularity went down in Form 3 and then he left the school to go elsewhere? Just look at that pattern.
He needed to be the center of attention.
That need was enormous. Yeah. So by the time, I think his condition just got worse. Because as he grew older, the attention that he craved got less. So how do you explain somebody going back to Standard 7? You know, he could have gone back to Form 3.
At the very least, no?
He could even have gone back to university.
A guy comes out of 5th year in university.
Studying engineering, something or the other.
Goes to Standard 7.
Okay.
And then goes to teach the form.
Here, he was complete.
And then he passes. He does so. How many times does he start KCPE? Okay, once.
2, 3.
How many times does he start KCPE? Twice. Then he went to Mutuini Secondary. He sat KCSE twice.
Yes.
At Dr. Ribeiro Parklands.
So
he's been to university.
5th year. This gentleman was not well. Even now, this is somebody who ought to be given treatment, ought to be provided with therapy, given an opportunity to go and finish his university course because he can.
Absolutely.
By the time someone is doing this course, this guy was actually bright. He was an intelligent fellow. There was no question about it. But he had a disorder.
How many people would then be... See, this is the thing. If we're going back to that conversation now, of the people who dealt with him over time, so now we're talking about law enforcement dealing with him and slapping all these charges against him, who then would have been able to pick up on that? Like, okay, hold on a minute here. Just look at the chronology of all these events over the last 10 years.
Explain it
or ask the questions. What's going on here? Because this is not normal. So for you to be able to pick out an abnormality and say, here, we have a problem, as opposed to slapping the bracelets on him, how about we ask, is there something deeper that is going on with this fellow that we can now try to deal with?
Slapping the bracelet is easier.
It's much easier, of course.
It's much, much easier.
Does our police service have psychologists? They must have.
We remember when we spoke to the folks at Internal Affairs, and they told us that they do have, I won't forget those words, every now and then psychology services coming in to do the rounds at the NPS.
But this is just to assist the officers.
It is not standard. It's not standard.
It's not a service that is readily available. Start there. But
I mean, like we see in the movies. What I'm asking is it like we see in the movies or those series?
It's
there's-
like every
there's someone who profiles
every police
criminals.
center has somebody who deals with those things.
You profile a criminal and you're like, this is the making of this particular person, and this is what then they're likely to do. This is what it tells us about this person.
Ask yourself this: what you're saying is you're talking about a police unit. Let's say a police station. They have policemen, no doubt. Okay.
Yeah.
You're asking the question: do they, in addition to this, do they have a forensic lab person within the police station? Do they have a psychologist within that? Do they have a social worker within that? Within the police station, meaning attached to it?
No.
From the information we got, there are roving professionals who from time to time
just pass by.
You know, psychology is something that you are taught. If you're going to be a policeman, there will be some unit that you study. It has to be there. But what you're asking about is providing psychosocial support.
Yeah.
Because
on a regular.
No, meaning it's on demand.
It's
actually,
it's part of your makeup, of
it
your
should
outfit.
be on demand.
Absolutely.
It's there. We don't have it.
No. So here you are, which is clear. You, by the time you got to half the story, Eric, it was clear that there was something wrong with this guy. But then now here we are. Who picks that out in this whole process?
Okay, in all criminal stories that we have, for example, that boy who took off from, allegedly, I still say it's a story, took off from Buruburu where he was in remand of the court and ended up being lynched somewhere in Western Kenya.
Yes.
It's a boy who had been kidnapping boys who had been kidnapping boys here, and he ended up there. Is there a department in the police service or in that judicial service system that seeks to understand what is it about you? We have another guy called, is he Onyancha, the other alleged serial killer. Do we have people actually in the police service who seek to understand?
Or that for whom, when they see a case like this,
They
the
can
alarm
profile
bells
immediately
go
and
off
say,
and they
okay,
say, hey, there's something here.
We need to, yes, he needs to be punished for whatever he's done.
He did, yes.
But at the same time,
he
what
needs
else
help.
does he need?
Eric, that doesn't exist. In our system, it doesn't exist. It's not really complicated.
Another contributory element to this whole mental illness thing that we are talking about. So here is one that has made it to the papers because of the prolific manner in which it happened, the prolific nature of this case. Then you say, okay, hold on. But how many more? And that's a question I think we cannot run away from. How many more like this are there lurking in the shadows? No attention, no nothing whatsoever. People walk around, all you do is label them as a bit cuckoo. But there's a deeper problem.
Hey, but this guy, buena.
This one was extreme.
You even go and get a new birth certificate, new name, so that you start a new life, and then you go and kill the other guy, and you're asking people to send you money.
Then you bring in the element of empathy and say, I was not able to finish school, please let me into
But he
standard
knew that
7.
story would sell easily. He understood. Because somebody who's clearly grown up looking for education.
I mean,
anyone who's a trained educator will feel empathy immediately.
And say, yes, let him do what he was not able to do.
Yeah.
They'll even look for a scholarship for you.
Yeah, they'll help you. Hey.
More.
Keep it here for more stories coming up in the next hour. Remember, this is the second day of the Magical Kenya Open presented by APSA, happening at the Muthaiga Golf Club. If you want to go and see what's happening there, not just the golf and the golfers, but also there's a lot. There are very many prizes being given. There's a lot of activity around there. You just go to www.tikiti.com. That's www.tikiti.com. APSA is supporting this particular tournament, which is part of the European Tour, for the 12th year now. What is a prize pass? $2 million. That's 227 million shillings. 150 golfers. 8 of them are Kenyan professionals. 6 of them are Kenyan amateurs. And there are 2 golfers from the region. All this happening at the Muthaiga Golf Club. Once again, www.tikiti.com. Keep it here for more. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire Update Society. Deputy President Ruto is now claiming that 100 billion shillings are allocated to corrupt individuals in the country every year. In a series of anti-government pronouncements, Ruto said the funds get diverted to various government departments and ended up in the hands of individuals who are stealing from Kenyans. Speaking in Washington, USA, Ruto did not name the departments directly, although he said they had been used in money laundering as there is no strict system in place to monitor them. Ruto, meanwhile, called the president a refugee in the opposition camp, while also claiming that ODM leader Raila Odinga is a puppet who is being used to achieve certain people's agenda if he gets the country's leadership. He also said that the truce between President Uhuru Kenyatta and ODM chief Raila Odinga, commonly known as handshake, has created an environment for corruption as there is no opposition to check the government's performance, which has also affected the implementation of the Big Four agenda.
The supposed opposition leader has become a puppet of government, and the leader of the ruling party is now a refugee in the opposition. The handshake took away the oversight role of the opposition. In Kenya today, we do not have an opposition. There is a mongrel of an organization. Nobody knows what the hell it is. People don't know whether we have the opposition in government or the government in the opposition. Because for all intents and purposes, the opposition is running government and government is running the opposition, which is quite a situation.
Ruto also expressed concern about the possible disruption of the next general election and called on the international community to ensure the election is free and fair.
Democracy is on the ballot in this election. Inclusivity is on the ballot in this election. The stability of Kenya is on the ballot in this election, in the sum total of it. So that's why this election is very important.
This is ODM chairman John Badi has condemned statements made by Deputy President William Ruto while in the US that there exists a plan to rig the August 9th general elections. Badi says that Ruto is afraid of the fact that all indicators show that ODM chief Raila Odinga is poised to win the elections, hence the rigging claims by Ruto.
He is now crying, insisting that election is going to be stolen, and he's saying it in the US. Now, the question I want to ask is, what is Ruto telling us? Is he telling us that he has been participating in rigged elections previously? Is he admitting that? But even if he's not admitting that, why does he think that this time election will be stolen? Is it because President Uhuru Kenyatta has shown Kenyans that he's supporting Raila Odinga? It is his democratic right. Uhuru is a Kenyan, he's a voter. He's still going to live in this country.
He argued that Ruto is preparing himself to dispute the elections, insisting that as ODM, they are working hard to ensure that they win the elections and will not be sidetracked by the sideshows from the Ruto brigade.
We warned Ruto long time ago that presidency, running for presidency is a marathon. It is not 100 meters. You cannot run a marathon like you are running one lap race. And that is what he has been doing. Right now, he is so fatigued, he is tired, we have overtaken him, and now he has resorted into unnecessary complaints.
And the Maendeleo Chapchap party will only negotiate a pre-election pact with the Azimio parties ahead of the August 9th general election. Party leader Alfred Mutua, after chairing the party's National Governing Council meeting, said the party had laid out elaborate mechanisms of working with ODM leader Raila Odinga's Grand Coalition outfit in order to secure a win in the August 9th general election. The Machakos governor also assured aspirants of various political offices that the party will conduct free and fair nominations for all relevant elected positions, saying that the party will not issue direct nomination tickets to any candidate. And the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission Chairman Ofula Chebukati says social media messaging is critical in steering the management and conduct of elections, noting that the IEBC cannot operate without exploiting and occupying its space on social media. He was speaking in Nakuru County, where the Commission is conducting a media handling and etiquette training, which aims to enable IEBC tell its own story with the medium being the media. And the European Union has denied claims of racist discrimination of Africans, including Kenyans, in the ongoing evacuation from Ukraine following Russia's invasion. In a joint statement, the EU said that its member states bordering Ukraine have granted every refugee and restricted access into their countries, pointing out that some isolated cases may be as a result of authorities at the border being overwhelmed by the refugee inflow. In regards to Kenya, the EU said that over 200 Kenyan citizens were stranded in Ukraine due to the invasion. EU Ambassador to Kenya, Henriette Geiger, said that in the event when there is a large stream of refugees during crises, there are always challenges. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and it's building up in some parts of the city. Huru Highway is doing that thing already, and we're looking at Jogo Road. Not too bad today, so that's great. Just around the Makadara train station is where we'll see some action. Also on Gong Road today, getting out in towards the city. Valley Road a little bit here and there as you get into the CBDs, where you see most of the action today. Limuru Road, in and outbound traffic has already begun, and the Thika Superhighway, thick with traffic today, all the way beyond the junction of Outer Ring and then out towards Clayworks. That is not looking pretty at all. Ring Road, Westlands as well, quite some traffic there today. Don't forget, you can use the Red Hill Link Road also. Let's think about using the bypasses. They might help today with the headache of traffic that is about to be unleashed on us. Right? Right. Okay, let's talk, guys. What's happening in your neck of the woods? Are you stuck somewhere? Let us know. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. How can we do that? Via text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
All right,
the
it's 7
only way
minutes
to
after
start
7. A
your
very
day.
good morning to you. Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. We are here until 10 a.m. on this lovely Friday, the 4th day of March 2022. Now, there's some announcement by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. And this is saying that IEBC is in the process of accrediting election observers, voter education providers, and the media to observe or carry out voter education or monitor and report on various electoral activities that are expected to happen in period before, during, and after the general election. So applicants who wish to do all these activities, the Commission has automated the accreditation process through development and deployment of an online accreditation management system, which is simple and easy to use, according to them. All interested organizations are required to log into the AMS to submit their applications through ams.iebc.or.ke. That's ams.iebc.or.ke. And this is basically saying you want to be an election observer, you want to provide voter education, you need to be accredited by the IEBC. Not anybody can just walk in and say, wacha nikuambia hii mambo. No. Get accreditation. Also the media. So it's an important one for those in this space, the civil society, community-based organizations, and other non-state actors to take part in this. City, the day's proverb, please.
Indeed. Those who pay attention into other people's affairs will hear what they do not like.
Those who pay attention to other people's affairs will hear what they do not like.
Yes.
And he said there's even seeing.
They will hear and see, or they will see and hear.
They will see and hear what they don't like. Okay. So you said there's something interesting that you've seen about the forthcoming party primaries.
Well, yes, exactly. The one of the things that has happened is that a timetable was issued. by the body that is charged with ensuring that we have these elections. Okay.
Yes.
Now, it's a simple, straightforward timetable, but this timetable was causing unease because people weren't sure. You have what you call party primaries. Yes. What if the party doesn't primary you and you are not their candidate? What then do you do? And people sought clarity. And this clarity was then given by the registrar of political parties. Okay? Submission of names of candidates for party primary. Submission, meaning you take your name personally. April 9th. Next month, 9th. Okay? Gazettement, candidates and dates for party primaries. Gazettement, April 16th. That's a week after that. Parties conduct primaries, April 22nd. Next month. Submission of independent candidate symbols. Okay?
Yeah.
You know, your party is independent. Independent party symbols, letters of intent to vie and clearance from registrar of political parties, May the 2nd.
Yeah.
Then there's a whole list of dispute resolutions and it's a detailed timetable. Okay?
Yes.
Now, it is this that they sought clarification. And the clarification is as follows by the registrar of political parties. Okay?
Yeah.
It is being said that the registrar says aspirants can leave their parties and vie as independents within 10 days.
After the nomination.
You lose nomination. You have 10 days in which you can submit your application to vie as an independent candidate. So, the reason why this is of interest is this. If political parties do what they tend to do from time to time, they choose people who sometimes are not necessarily popular with the populace and the electorate. You're going to have a fight on your hands because if that person thinks that they are popular enough, what they will do is they will become independent candidates. So, one, I think it's also forcing the political parties and the machinery that determines who will be their flag bearer to carefully select who it is who they are going to nominate, or they're going to, whoever it is, they're going to give the okay to be their candidate. Because it is a bit of an embarrassment, especially in your own backyard, if there's a party that reigns supreme and suddenly you have people popping up with parties you never heard of, or other party tickets. This time it isn't party tickets. This time it is independent. And then they win. It tells you all along that the party machinery had made a mistake. Whoever they chose was not necessarily the most popular person. Yes.
We saw a number of independent candidates in 2013.
We did.
Who ended up winning.
We did.
We saw an increased number of independents in 2017 who ended up winning. Currently, the National Assembly has 14 independent MPs. There are some senators who are independents.
Yes, they are.
Like the senator for Kirinyaga is an independent. Okay?
Yes.
The governor for Laikipia is an independent. And all this, if you ask them, they had lost the ticket at the primaries.
Yes, they had.
And then they went ahead and vied as independent, and the people elected them.
Yes.
So the question is, have the parties learned from the lessons of 2013 and 2017? Can you see any indication that political parties have actually learned and they've said, you know what, the best way for us to make sure that we get the right person is this? I would say that in some way, I think they have.
Why do you say this?
The political parties law that was amended the other day. You see that new provision that party primaries shall be conducted using party registers. I think it's attempting to fix these problems.
How exactly?
Because what you've heard very many times is party primaries are taking place. And every Tom, Dick and Harry can come and participate in these party primaries and claim to be members of this party. Okay? And what happens, what you've heard many times is that we are contesting for a ticket of a political party, Ndu and I, in a certain constituency. We are both in the same party. CT is in a different party. CT looks and sees Ndu is actually a stronger candidate than Eric. So CT ferries people to come and participate in our primary nominations, and they pick me in the party primaries so that I'm the one who faces CT in the election. And because I'm weaker than CT in his own calculations, then CT is looking at a sure way of winning. That's one way, right? And so the accusation here was that very many of these candidates are actually rigged out by their own opponents.
Yes.
Because party primaries, who knows who is a member of this party?
And who knows who controls what?
Yeah.
So one of those ways is, let's have a register. So we're only registered members of this party are going to participate in the party primaries. So we are sort of saying there's a likelihood here that if I am popular with the party people, I am going to be elected. But if I am not popular, then you're going to be elected. Then the people who are going to face off with CT in his own party's primaries are going to determine who gets the ticket. That's one way I think they've sorted it out. The other one is, of course, the mischief, which is where I don't think they have been able to sort out. The mischief in who the party honchos give the ticket to. So, for example, in 2017, several losers in the Jubilee Party primaries blamed a senior party official of hatching a scheme to rig them out and have his loyalists win party tickets. This is not a new story. We've had it been told before. That's in 2017. That's what was happening in Jubilee. That there was a senior person who was at Jubilee House who was basically playing the cards and saying, "Hey, ticket patiana ni, give my people, let my people get the tickets." And then those who were not his favorites knocked out. They ended up, people are voting. Then we go out and campaign. 6-piece, please. 6-piece. 6-piece. Don't look at the person. Just 6-piece.
We need to be here. Give us this ticket so that we can do A, B, C, D. But you know the narrative we now hear, they're being told, forget the 6-piece. Forget it.
Make your selection.
Yes.
Yes. We can vote for you.
Yeah.
6-piece, forget.
We're giving other
we are
people.
not doing it.
Forget. You know the thing about political parties in these countries, we've said this before, that political parties have owners the world over.
Yeah.
It's not a Kenyan thing. But the ownership of political parties in the West, for instance, is understood and accepted because it is political parties who not only select, nominate candidates, but they also sponsor candidates. Ours is literally the complete opposite. Complete opposite. Wanna be candidate? Yeah, you may have a sponsor, but by and large, you'd better have your own money. Own money to pave your way through bribery and through whatever machinations you may have to ensure that, one, you're popular with the party. Popularity with the party has often nothing to do with how popular you are on the ground, as we say. It has to do with how popular you are with the party officials. And popularity with the party officials is your ability to oil the wheels of that particular machinery at whatever level. Now, you know, we've been talking about debts being paid. One has heard of situations where, yes, at party nominations, you assume that when you've been nominated, you will have a ticket. And you'll have a certificate to accompany it, isn't it? Stories have been told of, yes, you have a ticket, but so do 5 others. So what do you do with that?
So everybody has, let's say, Jubilee. 5 people have a Jubilee ticket.
Right, so even if you thought that you had the edge, competitive edge, you realize it's not just you.
Yes,
there are 4 other people who also have a competitive edge here.
Yes, and this one, in literally all our political parties, you'll find these stories being told. Others are more silent about it, others are more vocal about it. But so now, you can't argue that you are not given the ticket, you are. See, there is then the inner story of, do you want to be the only one who has the ticket? And in many cases, that will cost you a little more than just the ticket. So now tell me, where do the people come in when it comes to voting? And that's where the people will look at you and decide, you know something, we actually prefer so-and-so. Yeah.
But I think it's a good thing because it opens up that avenue for whatever. Political parties have owners the world over, like you said, and the parties may prefer somebody. If a party prefers somebody and it has not done due diligence with the people, then the party loses out and it's fine. But the people end up winning, which is a better thing. Look at Nyeri, for example. So Nyeri, party primaries happen, ODM gives a ticket to candidate X. Candidate Y, a.k.a. Muhammad Ali, a.k.a. Jicho Pevu, feels,
forget this.
Goes independent. Muhammad Ali wins. The people of Nyeri, we could say, ended up winning because they chose the person that they felt was better representing them.
You know, if you give that example, it is a really beautiful example because Nyeri covers a place called Kongowea, which essentially for most people, you can call it low-rent dwellings, or you can call it a slum, call it what you like. I have heard stories of Kabro, where previously there was a mud path. Well spoken of, meaning the people feel we got ourselves a leader at last. Somebody who seems to understand what it is that we're about. It isn't just, take your pick. There are very many places in this country where, as you say correctly, people stood on independent tickets and the people said, yeah, it is okay. There are places where somebody in a time gone by lost that nomination. It's the people who told him, Nani, don't lose hope. Yeah, just don't go to any opposition party. Go to a party that affiliates with this one of ours. We'll elect you. And they get elected.
Go to whatever party you want to go to. Just don't tell us not to vote for our guy at the top.
We will vote you in.
We'll vote you in.
And they get voted in.
If you look at even the elections, Paul Mwite.
Safina party.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ford Kenya, the first time he goes into parliament.
Yes.
And the dominant party here is Ford Asili with Kenneth Matiba.
Very dominant. Overwhelmingly dominant.
Overwhelmingly so.
Yes.
Second time, Safina. The dominant party in the region is DP.
Yes.
He goes into parliament.
Yes.
Because he's saying, it's okay, you guys choose your president, but I want to be the MP for Kikuyu, for Kabete. And he gets elected. People end up, I think this thing is good because it gives people the final say on their choice of leader.
And when you say that these electoral leaders, these political electoral leaders actually learn, I would dare say they do. You know why? I'm looking at my own constituency, where the member of parliament is a 2-term MP now. First time, goes for nominations, can't.
Out.
Stands on a PDP ticket, wins. Somewhere in between, goes back to mother party.
ODM.
Yes. Stands on ODM ticket, gets it again. So it means whatever or whoever had determined at some point that this person perhaps was not the right person, realized, you know something, we're the ones who are going to lose out because the people seem to like this person.
Don't go against them.
But why don't we take it further to Kisumu East? 3-term MP.
Shakil
Shabir.
Yes. And I'm sure if he goes for a 4th time,
he'll win.
Yes, because the people have decided this is the person we want. You see, the will of smart leaders, even when we had monarchies, if you looked at what they did, they were very careful to understand what the people wanted and what the people preferred. They didn't always go against the will of the people because they knew that is the surest way of losing this position that you have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Make sure that the people end up
feeling that their will
has been respected.
Yes, exactly. And then you and the people will get along well. You start on a Lone Ranger move and you feel that you're going to determine for the people. Especially in a country like ours where we have a new constitution and we're just beginning to get our feet and hands to understand what this new constitution is all about. We're expressing ourselves in our courts. We're expressing ourselves on social media. We're expressing ourselves with our freedom. And then when it comes to election, you want to tell us you want to curtail that freedom. In this election, somebody pulls that stunt. Man, there will be a backlash like they've never seen. People enjoy their freedoms. And they will give in when they know they don't have much leeway. But when you've preached freedom to them, as our constitution has, you will have difficulty clawing it back. You may try.
So then it's not about the party.
No.
Can we say
it is not only about the party?
Is there any time when it's about the party? If we actually just became very, very strict on looking at this thing, is there any time when it's about the party, or is it always about the personalities? So even when people in Kisumu Town East in Muhoroni are voting for whichever candidate, they're saying, we want you, the person. It is not ODM, the party. It is not PDP, the party. It is you, the person.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find
And we are telling you, do not go to Jubilee. Just stay within a party that has some affiliation to ODM. It's not ODM. It is Raila Odinga. So it's not about... There's no time when the party really...
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find situations where it is about the party. It's the individuals, whether it's the person who owns the party, as we say, or the individuals who use the vehicle, who use the party as a vehicle. But at the end of the day, it's to put them on the platform. Very rarely do you find that even when people are politicking, they rarely are talking about me and my party. It is I and what I will deliver to you. And even for people who are making the selection, it is you as an individual, not necessarily who you've come with, whether you're independent or belong to whom. it's never really in their foresight.
You know, parties are representative. And the image is supposed to present you that it goes beyond the individual, even when you damn well know it doesn't. But that's what it's supposed to be. It means you also have the capacity to be part of it. That's why there's membership. Now, in the absence of a leader of a party, there really is no party, so to speak. There has to be a figurehead that people look up to. With our politics, the figurehead also tends to be the owner
of the party.
Yes. Now, getting to a point where they are owners, so it isn't one person, has been the quest that perhaps, should we say, it's something in the making.
There's been that attempt. So look at even the introduction of Section 2A. Just saying we shall have one giant party, KANU. But even looking at that decade of the 80s, KANU was, yes, Moi was the head of KANU, but there was a lot of effort at trying to make sure that KANU is felt at the grassroots level.
Yes.
That there is representation, visual representation and physical presence of the party. KANU branch chairmen were strong
powerful people.
Very powerful
Extremely
individuals.
powerful.
More powerful than the local chief, local DO.
Yes, they were.
KANU branch chairperson. Then come multi-party and that whole thing started crumbling. The very many multi-party, different political parties came in. Look at Mwai Kibaki, and when now the opposition agreed to come together and they went into NAC, and Mwai Kibaki left his own party, DP, campaigned under NAC, was elected as a NAC candidate, member of parliament for Udhaya and president of Kenya as NAC. What did he try to do? He tried to consolidate parties again. He tried to say, guys, can we then come back into having a big party? Let's have one or two. In fact, he was publicly quoted as saying, I think it would be good for us if we can have one or two big parties. He tried it with NAC, found out NAC belongs to somebody, got into PNU, tried it with that party of national unity. Let's bring in others. It flopped. ODM tried the same thing.
They're still trying.
They're still trying. It has not worked. Now we have seen Uhuru and Ruto, Jubilee coalition morphing into Jubilee party and saying, guys, let's just make this, let's fold up these small parties. Let's make this a big party. Try to make Jubilee a big national party. Flopped. We are back to fragments of political parties.
We're back to factory settings, yes.
Now we are talking about coalition. So now there's Azimio, which has been registered as a coalition party, which the candidate is said is going to be running on a coalition party ticket. If it's Raila who is the presidential candidate for coalition, and let's say, just for purposes of this conversation, Kalonzo Musyoka is his running mate under coalition ticket called Azimio Party. What happens to Wiper? What happens to ODM? What happens to KANU? What happens to... They still remain. There'll be another attempt. I'm telling you that after this, you'll see them trying to say, okay, let's try and make this Azimio just the one party, and then the other smaller parties, affiliation, blah, 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 so that I'm an Azimio president and I don't have at least PNU, MPs, no, you're all Azimio.
That attempt will be there. But there's something about the coalition, not just cobbling these things together with an MOU, but entrenching it so that it can become a legal entity recognized by our law. The beauty of it is this. It means that legally now, small parties will not necessarily be domiciled and be at the behest of the bigger parties that they are part of. Meaning there's that understanding, and which brings about negotiation. I am looking at countries where multipartism has guaranteed that you cannot rule without a coalition. There are those who argue, you'll have many governments. So what? What you then have is you do away with the domination of one big party. Countries where you've had that domination, there are times in which you can say there were some benefits. But lo and behold, those benefits don't last for long. Sooner or later, people get to be entrenched in very dictatorial tendencies, even if they are benefits. Why? Because they know that they have impunity. We are the big party. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
In parliament, we are the majority.
Where are you going?
Where are you going to? Again, the story of the tyranny of numbers. We will decide what the laws are. We will decide who goes to court, because we are those who've chosen the judges. We will decide everything. Now, that usually is a recipe for seeing the economic decline of a country.
We can come back after the break and actually get into that a bit of that debate. Is it better to have giant parties, or is it better to have small, fragmented political parties that come into coalitions that coalitions can break at any time because it has an entry clause, it must have an exit clause. Coalition can break at any time. Using the examples that we've seen from other jurisdictions, Israel, for instance, how many times do they have an election?
For
And
goodness
then
sake.
they get the coalition out. Japan. Every time, every 2 years, this coalition is not holding.
Form another one.
Yeah, but
Form
does it
another one.
hamper the functions of government? No.
No. It continues.
It doesn't. In our country, elections are a big thing.
No,
In those
they're a
countries,
huge thing.
In those countries, people can have an election and as they continue working.
Like nothing was going on.
In this country,
everything stops.
Everything stops because there's an election coming next year. Is it better to have coalitions? Is it better to have small parties, or is it better to have giant parties? 7:30. Take us to the movies, Ndu.
Spice at the movies this weekend. Actually, it's tomorrow. Spice is taking you and 4 of your friends to the movies, courtesy of everyone's favorite delicious fruit-flavored soda, Fanta and Anger Cinemas. The Batman. All you have to do is to win movie tickets for your squad to an exclusive pre-screening of The Batman, the Caped Crusader's latest outing. And what you need to do is brush up on your Batman movie trivia and join Yolanda Mulwa and DJ Absolute on Sugar and Spice every weekday from 11 a.m. for your chance to win a front row seat to witness cinema history.
So does it still have the Batmobile?
I don't know, but
This
he's got
Batman guy.
He's got the wings and the cape. That's enough, no?
He has the wings and the cape?
That's enough, no? Or do you need the Batmobile?
Yes. I mean, Batman without Batmobile
It's not Batman.
Just anything.
If you answer the questions at Sugar and Spice.
Okay.
And then you'll see.
Okay. 7:30. Let's take a look at the weather and traffic. We'll continue the conversation. We'll open up the phone lines as well for you to join us. 0719 012 600.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Dare for fast relief from pounding, throbbing headache? Take Ciplodon. The fizz works to relieve pain faster.
Available at all good pharmacies and now at Chandarana supermarkets. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
SpiceFM is taking you and 4 of your friends to the movies courtesy of everyone's favorite delicious fruit-flavored soda, Fanta and Anger Cinema. All you have to do to win movie tickets for your squad to an exclusive pre-screening of The Batman is to brush up on your Batman movie trivia and join me, Yolanda, and DJ Absolute on Sugar and Spice every weekday from 11 a.m. for your chance at a front row seat to witness cinema history.
The sun is out in Nairobi at 16, highs of 28 and lows of 16 today. Sunny at 12 in Nakuru, highs of 30 and lows of 11. We'll look at lows of 9 in Nyeri, where it's sunny at 11, highs of 28, and in Eldoret, sunny at 14, highs of 26 and lows of 11. Partly sunny conditions in Mombasa at 25. We'll see highs of 32. We'll see highs of 31. In Malindi, where it is sunny at 26. 19 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 32 and lows of 18. While in Kakamega at 18, it is sunny, highs of 32 and lows of 15. The sun is out in Kampala as well, highs of 30 and lows of 18. While in Dar es Salaam at 27, partly sunny, highs of 32 today. It's raining in Lagos at 28, highs of 33 and lows of 26. Sunny conditions at 16 in Joburg, highs of 24, and it's raining in Kinshasa as well at 25. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 23.
Chilled Spice.
It's on Gong Road, Uhuru Highway, and the Thika Superhighway where most of the action is happening this morning. We're seeing a little bit of a Mombasa Road as well. That's in and outbound around Imaradaima, but nothing too crazy, which is a good thing today. Let's look at the Thika Superhighway specifically. We're going way past Survey today, all the way to the Outer Ring Junction, and then even further than that to Clayworks. Kiambu Road is doing a thing of its own, I'm telling you. It's getting very close to the 9th circle of hell from what I'm being told. Limuru Road, just past City Park, we're seeing that action as well. Coming out of Westlands, Chiromo, Ring Road, Westlands, and going further back, Wayaki Way, not pretty at all. So, what's about, guys? Absolutely necessary. Let's see the Red Hill Link Road, use that to get out of that mess that is there. The Southern Bypass is also going to help folks coming off Mombasa Road, coming off the Likoni interchange. There's an option for you to get where you're going a lot quicker. All right, Outer Ring, not too bad today. Feeding off of Juja Road and Kangunda Road, as well as Manyanja Road today. Should be all right. And the Eastern Bypass, for once this week, is not looking that bad. There's an option for you to get through traffic without too much of a headache. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
So, political parties, coalition or giant parties?
You know, if you look at the history of the countries that came up even with the very concept of political parties, you will find that they were not very much unlike us. They were very much like us, really, when political parties came into being. It's like for every other person, there was a political party. But with time, people managed to coalesce. You see what we're doing here? Getting people together into some coalitions.
Yes.
Then the coalitions grew and became something bigger. So what you'll find being discussed is, in this country, in the West, what are the major political parties? Start with major, minor, and then there are like state or district political parties that are found within a state. But nationally, they have no say. If you look at the countries that we talk about Germany, talk about France, talk about Belgium, talk about the UK, talk about America, talk about any of those Western countries, you will find they have dominant parties. And they're usually three at the very most. Yeah. Then the minor ones, Green Party, Libertarian, all these ones, they come in. Now, if you want to find a place where dominant parties have their say, US is probably the best example because there, this coalition story, you can talk about as much as you like. Either this party or the other party. The other ones exist, yes, but that's what their system is all about. In the UK, they need to have a little chart. In France, they need to have a little chart. In Germany, they legislated it so it would be so. You have to have other parties coming in. Now, whether it is that people are afraid of big parties or it's just that, even with the dominant parties, it is understood that unless you have a chart, ask yourself, let me talk about the UK. Conservatives, what did they represent? By and large, they represented church, landed gentry. Labour, working class. Now, because of that, areas where you find there were huge factories in the UK and you had many places where labour was the main way of earning a living, you worked. They were called strongholds of labour parties. Why? Because they felt their interests were not taken care of. These are the people who came up and were able to take care of those interests. Interests. You look at parties in those developed countries, it's interests. People who seem to represent interests. Here, we start off with tribe.
Yep.
Not interests. Interests come in as interests of the tribe.
Yep.
Then interests of the nation may be struggling
later at some point.
Exactly. So, if the maturity we speak of can get us to a point where you acknowledge and you relate a party to what it stands for in terms of what it wants to bring, then this discussion will be a very different discussion. It really won't matter whether it is ODM or who. You'll ask, these people, given their track record for what they do, who do I think will represent my interests? So even this myriad of parties will simply diminish, simply because you'll realize that my tribe being represented is not what really gets me the most benefits. It's a party that seems to understand what everyone needs. Because what are these people saying? They're saying the same thing that everybody else is saying. We will do this, we'll build this, we'll give you this, we'll give you the X billion, we'll give you X shillings. They're all saying the same thing. But who is doing it? And consistently so.
So when you talk about that, we have been there, then we seem to have taken a couple of steps back. Let's look at those. So there's the KANU of the 60s, the 70s.
Yes.
Right? KANU, at that time, opposition was allowed.
It was.
Then we come to the 80s, and opposition is not allowed in law. Then we have this one giant party that seems to bring everybody on board. If you look at the leadership, it seemed to try and balance that every community or every region shall have representation of leaders in government.
Yes.
And then come in multi-party. And Moi tried to bring in that whole aspect again of region in the party by saying, for example, now let's have one chairman and several vice chairpersons.
Yes.
And the several vice chairpersons seem to be representing regions.
Yes.
Same thing.
You see,
when Kibaki was trying to talk about, let's have one giant party now this DP of mine and the others, let's have one giant one called NAC, call it PNU. Probably you could say it's after the realization that when we came together and we called ourselves the National Rainbow Coalition, we were actually able to achieve something. And we were able to speak with one voice and agree. Maybe we need to go back there. Remember, Kibaki was the executive director of KANU in the 60s.
He was. and the statements he made about KANU and Moi are etched in history.
Yes. But then those attempts at saying, let's come back and see, how can we bring in everybody on board so that everybody feels represented? You could argue it's the same argument that Uhuru and Raila have with the BBI. So is it the best route for us to say, let's go into big party, and then that big party's constitution shall ensure that there shall be regional representation, shall ensure that there shall be fairness in leadership or even rotational leadership in the giant political party, or have those two small parties that keep sprouting up?
Well, it would seem that the rationale behind that is to get rid of, or at least then accommodate everybody else who has a voice. Because what you do is that you continually have these warring sides, and the warring sides are more often than not represented by an individual. So it would appear as though it's one individual fighting against another, right? At all times. So they're saying, look, these interests lie deeper and further than the individual. So wouldn't it then make sense? I mean, it's the old adage. Wouldn't it make sense that for us to go further, we come together then as one? It would be the hope that that was what they were looking at when they looked at something like this. But they also realized that there's so many people who fall off the boat, that there's so many other interests that fall off the boat, that unless we come together, then it will be difficult for us to have those particular interests expressed and accommodated.
You see,
so in that sense, that's where you see now the making sense of it.
So which is better? From how you look at it, is it better to have these small parties coming to say, let's all form a coalition?
Let's come together and then have something that
call
guides
ourselves
us.
One Kenya or Kenya Kwanza or Azimio la Kenya or whatever.
You would have to ask is the reason for that so that we can all have a little piece of something? Or is the reason so that everybody's issues, and I'm now not talking about the individuals who want to be in position, but everybody's issues, the people, then are brought onto the table.
That's what,
is it for an individual that me, you, and City are going to come together today so that you can have your piece, City has his piece, and I have my piece? Otherwise, if we don't do that, I might be left out. Are we doing that for us? Or are we doing that to say that for everybody around whom I represent, let them also be on the table?
There's something that seems to escape our leaders. I think they understand it, but the implementation sometimes gets tricky. The understanding. I don't even think
there's an intent to implement.
No, there is an attempt. Intent and attempt even. The proof of this is no. The proof is devolution, because the complaint that regions of this country, many regions had, was they were neglected when this big
formations.
It was always a complaint, and devolution was supposed to help cure that.
Yeah.
Now, the understanding that I'm saying escapes our leaders sometimes, and yet in my mind I know they understand it, is that these benefits that we speak of, the ones you've spoken of so eloquently, they are not embedded in everybody taking a chunk for themselves. No, it's ensuring that this population of yours, everyone gets to benefit and everyone gets to understand that there's an opportunity should they seek it. If the people around me are wealthy in the sense that they can get what they want on a daily basis and able to eat, take children to school and survive, I do not need a wall that is 12 feet high. I need a 30-foot wall when I know that there are people starving right next to me simply because I am part of the group who have plundered the resources that were meant to change their lives. This simple equation of ensuring that your people are able to actually get what they need. Now, countries in the West who have understood this are the ones where issues become central in their politics. Because these basics we speak of, school, you will go to school. You have situations in the West where the problem is not that there are no schools. People do not see the need for going to schools. But the schools exist.
So they first actualize themselves.
Yes.
They achieved those basics.
Yes, they
Is
did.
it about school? Is it about education, health?
They did.
Opportunities and all.
They sorted it out.
And then now you start going, now these are the issues where we have ideological differences.
Yes, exactly.
I don't agree that there is climate change. So let's come together and we form our own party that says no climate change.
Yes,
or I don't agree that we should be in the European Union. So let's come in and actually form a party that advocates for exiting the European Union.
But
that's
all
after
those other
achieving that.
things,
So for now then, CT, in Kenya, which one do you think, which one would you personally champion for? Giant parties that make sure that in their constitution all communities' interests are accommodated, or small political parties that come and form giant coalitions?
You know, giant coalitions cannot be forced on people. People will get to an understanding at some level, even when you try to get them into those spaces. Because let's say you form a coalition with existing parties. In this country, it doesn't stop me and you from forming yet another party. Saying we've moved from this party. We're the same people. We're now forming another party. So you think you've got us in a box. We move away from that box and create our own box.
So it's about individuals.
Yes.
It is not about even the people.
No.
It's not the people. It's not ideology. It's not issue. That's what it's not.
But you can't have issues when you're being told that the number of citizens in this country who are our primary source of livestock have lost 50% of their herds because of drought in this country. And you're being told some parts of the country have a problem with the rainfall. They don't know what to do with the rainfall. There's so much of it, bridges are collapsing. How on earth do you balance these things? You're trying to tell me you have an entire ministry, not a ministry, there are ministries. There's environment, there is health, there is agriculture. We deal with livestock. That's what they deal with. You're telling me that all these budgets that they get on a yearly basis, they couldn't have figured out that droughts come around. We need to have holding places where farmers and people who are pastoralists can take their livestock in case of this problem. They're telling me they haven't figured this out all these years.
Let's make it even worse. All those things that you've mentioned are actually devolved. So there's a local county government.
Yes.
That is in charge of agriculture, is in charge of health, is in charge of...
You've gotten my point exactly.
And yet we have the issues. So it's not, you know, I think to some extent because of the developing nature of our democracy, we're getting to understand things. It could be okay to tinker, to play around with them, to do this and the other, as we head towards a point where ultimately the best thing for this country maybe is let's have the giant parties. That's what I think.
It may be, but let it evolve organically. Let it get there.
Let it get there. Let people actually
realize that.
Look at Mount Kenya today. How many parties are in Mount Kenya? Chama cha Kazi, Moses Kuria, Mount Kenya. Mwangi Kionjori is called what? The Service Party, Mount Kenya. Governor Nanis is which one? Mwangi Wairias?
It's a good thing you mentioned
that
before.
one.
Me, I was going to call it the Sunlight Party.
The Sunlight TSP. You just want TSP. Mwangi Wairias Cow Party is in Mount Kenya. NARC Kenya is in Mount Kenya. We have which other one? PNU. DP Mount. All these plus others that we are not even mentioning.
Governor Kiraitu also has his own now.
That one of Kiraitu's. Governor of Nakuru, let's also lump him into Mount Kenya. He has his own party. I don't know, it's called Ubuntu. These are 8 so far.
So far.
And there are many we are not remembering. Because the Mount Kenya Mount Kenya Forum, the one that brings together Martha Karua and Moses Kuria and the others, has 17.
Yep, they have 17.
What are all these things? What is this?
You see, I think in order to understand the benefit of the futility of these parties, we need to go through this process. Let people form parties. When you realize that even your wife is not part of that party, it'll be a wake-up call.
But see, that's the thing for me. And then, and unfortunately, I think if you look at how or the reason why political parties started to be a thing, why they began to be a vehicle, and the reasons as to why, we find people forming parties in order to get them to power. Parties are not being formed in order to represent ideology or to represent issues. That's not what's happening now. As in, because today, if I think that I have a shot at a particular seat or a particular position, I'm going to form a party. I'll form a party today and say, okay, well...
So you can negotiate for your position,
exactly.
not for anybody else's.
No. Not to represent anybody else's issues. I may say that so that the optics can then present that maybe that is the case. I may spend some money here and there to make it look as though I am really interested. But at the end of the day, what I want to do now, that's why you see all those parties that you're naming and calling. Some of them you don't even remember. That's the reason why. Because they are being formed not necessarily to represent ideology and issues, but they are being formed to elevate somebody to a position where they think they can now dabble and get the ultimate prize. That's it. It looks as though away from the original reason why these institutions were set up in the first place is that we are doing things backwards and starting from the other end and then say, okay, somewhere along the line, maybe we shall address these ideologies.
We are starting from a solution and then coming to look for
the problem.
Formula, now.
You know this path that we're taking, huh? Remember, we always complained about big government as a national government, which was nestled in Nairobi. But it's taking us... people still talk about Serikali Kuu. They forget they have their own county governments. When we get to understand that many of these issues we keep talking about, because people talk of big government as though they're the ones in charge, they even don't know that the services that they require are actually devolved, and that their counties actually have the power to do these things that they ask. The knowledge that we are getting from this devolved system is, in my mind, one of the pillars that will help our citizens understand that this thing we talk about, these political parties, if someone isn't discussing issues, and they're telling us, and building roads is not an issue. No. That's not it. That's something you're supposed to do. You shouldn't even discuss it. You shouldn't even tell us about health. You're just supposed to do that. Issues are, when we have done these things, where do we want to see this county of ours growing to? We now grow sugarcane. We have some factories, some genuinely dilapidated ancient factories. We want to go beyond producing sugar. We want to produce an alcohol. We want to produce spirits that can be consumed. We want to, the value addition. We want to talk about value addition and then in addition to this, now that is the discussion you want to say, with what we have, this is what we want to do. It never gets there.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It never gets there.
Everybody is forming a party, not even to look at how they can use this party as a vehicle to champion something.
Which the county, the region can actually do.
That they
it is
actually
about
need.
what we can negotiate with the other people up there. Power Party of Kilifi, Governor Kingi, is having that conversation at the national level, not discussing what we can do at the grassroots. I have the list of the other parties that form the Mount Kenya Unity Forum. Chama cha Kazi, the Service Party, Lenny Kivuti's Rebuild and Restore Party, Speaker Justin Muturi's Democratic Party, Mpuru Apori's National Ordinary People's Empowerment Union Party, Thuo Mathenge, New Democrats, Jacob Getao, People's Party of Kenya, Isaac Gesho, Party of Democratic Unity, and now here we have not mentioned the others that we had talked about earlier. There's a Ubuntu Party, there's a Governor Kiraitu Murungi's party, there's Governor Mwangi wa Iria's party, there's
Governor Lee. I mean, look, if, say for instance, someone like Mwangi wa Iria, the fact that he championed milk production, hence the name Wairia, that was not his original name, okay? You could say this is a man who has understood issues, but then I would ask, okay, you have cooling plants. You need to go to yet another stage. How many of these have we developed in that region so that you can say that, you see, us, we've gone the whole hog. cheese production in Murang'a has gone to this level.
Yeah.
Milk, everything that has to do with dairy farming. Then you say, this man understands the issue of value addition. If they grow tea, the fight to actually take the tea to the next level, instead of just sending black tea, green tea, yellow tea, red tea, the value addition, the thing that has dogged us for the longest time. Because some people enjoy and benefit from tea in that basic form that it's in. When leaders come and tell you details of what they need to do to get us to the next level. Remember us discussing this issue that some of the countries in the West that were labeled as some of the biggest exporters of some of the natural products didn't even have a leaf of that particular product in their country.
Right.
Did Ghana not kick a fuss and say, this cocoa thing?
We shall do it ourselves.
Look.
And then China
China started to grow
cocoa.
China is a time-honored tradition that many nations have done before. So this one isn't new.
The whole issue of parties and how we move is a big one. Julia says, so you form a formidable party, you win the presidency, then methodically you chip at it until it can't stand on its own. Then you seek out a coalition with the opposition. Won't we be forgiven to think that you did so in order to form government again?
Well, that's it. There was a long game.
Yeah, all along. So you formed one, then you broke it down. And
he's right. But you see, the understanding is this. If a very large number of your population are still languishing in poverty and lacking in very fundamental basics, this nonsense of many political parties are a complete waste of time. And in that I agree with you. Because what are they doing?
What are they doing? Because once you're done with it, if perchance it delivers what you had created it in the beginning, then what is its use? I form a party because, wait, I didn't get nomination here. I form a party really quickly so that I can now compete here.
You form a party so that you don't have a problem with nomination.
Right. So then I get the position. Yes. Then what is the use of the party? No, let's look at it really. What is the use of that party after it has delivered its purpose? Nothing. Because that was what it was meant to do. So then that's why you can have 56,000 parties. They're just all kind of hanging around here. And they don't fulfill any purpose. It has done what it was supposed to do, how you created it, not what it should do ideologically. It has fulfilled its purpose. Then what happens to it?
But one could also argue that the fact that people actually agreed with you and they voted for you on that party, it means that they understood we're using this as a vehicle to get you into office so that you can go in and negotiate everything else so that we can get the goodies.
But on the precedent that you set it and you said, our party believes in this, it's not the case. It's
no, it is. You're still trying to champion it.
With you as the individual.
Of course. And with the people behind you. So they voted for you.
There are no people in that party.
There are people. The people who voted for you are basically
endorsing your party and its your goals and its ideals.
Yes. Remember what Moses Kuri was telling us here? When he went to campaign for that candidate and he said, you know what, if this person doesn't deliver, come to me. And I asked him, so were the people voting for that candidate because of the party, or were the people voting for that candidate because of Moses
the
Kuri?
Individual?
And he said, it's because of me. And that's why he abandoned that party that he campaigned in Murang'a MCA by-election with. That candidate is not a CCK, yes.
Candidate, yes. You see,
different.
And the other thing that must be understood, what development agenda, what lift up people by their bootstraps agenda, it was more of a protest vote, if you ask me.
Yeah.
You see, I chose Mwangi wa Iria very deliberately because there is something he stood for and he worked at it for a long time and it propelled him to that position that he's in. Okay? We've had leaders in this country. The good thing is you don't have difficulties in mentioning because there are not many. And when someone does what they say, it isn't difficult to tell.
You can see.
You do not need eyeglasses. You just need to open your eyes and you'll be able to see it.
Actually, I dare say that even now, Mwangi wa Iria is still championing. If I'm elected president, every homestead will have a cow. It's because he thinks that he tried it, he tried it, and people believe that he delivered, and people still view him as a guy who can deliver. So if I promise cow, they know I've delivered.
But he changed their lives.
I've delivered cow.
He wouldn't be governor otherwise. Remember, he's a two-term governor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk about developing affordable healthcare through digital solutions. We have two guests who will be joining us in the studio. Remember, today is the second day of the Magical Kenya Open 2022, presented by APSA. Part of the European tour, APSA is supporting this particular tournament for the 12th year running now. The prize purse is $2 million. 150 golfers participating this year. 8 of them are Kenyan professionals. We have 6 Kenyan amateurs. We have 2 golfers from the region who are also participating in this. Please go in there and see what's happening at the Muthaiga Golf Club, www.tikiti.com to get your tickets. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
The government will continue with its effort to carry out a security operation in volatile parts of Baringa County. According to Rift Valley Regional Commissioner Mali Mohammed, the security operation is set to continue even after leaders from the county faulted the government for delaying to restore normalcy in the region. He spoke during a security meeting at Loruk, Baringa North, where he maintained that the planned operation is still on 2 weeks after CS Interior Fred Matiang'i promised residents. The father said that a forceful disarmament will take place within the next few days to finish the issue of insecurity once and for all. Now, the ongoing case in which Migori Governor Okoh is accused of swindling county government funds has taken a fresh twist after the prosecution revealed that fire burned down a section of the county offices during the probe. An investigator for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission told the court that they were forced to start the probe afresh after fire razed down the procurement office. According to the investigator, Robert Cheriot Rono, the fire incident happened on the eve of the day they had requested to be supplied with key documents in the case. The Commercial Division of the High Court in Nairobi has consolidated multiple suits filed in different courts contesting the award of a lease for the operation of the Kakamega-based Mumia's Sugar Company. The decision was made when a case filed by Tumas and Tumas Enterprises was referred to Justice Alfred Mabea. Justice Anthony Ndumu ruled that the suit filed against Uganda Farm Sarai Group and Mumia's receiver manager PVR Rao should be heard at the High Court's commercial section under Justice Mabea. And Nanyuki police have launched investigations to establish mysterious incidents where 3 bodies were recovered around Jambu Park Forest in Nanyuki on 3 consecutive days this week. Laikipia East County Commander John Tarus says the victims might have been killed elsewhere and later dumped there. Tarus explained that on Tuesday, they recovered the body of an unidentified man aged 48 years old dumped in the forest. On Wednesday and Thursday, 2 other bodies were recovered from the same area. According to Tarus, the 2 are considered murder victims due to the nature of the bruises on their bodies. And the faces behind private developers accused of illegal eviction of residents of Nairobi City Water and Sewerage staff quarters in Eastleigh and Pumwani staff quarters is still hidden. This is after the Nairobi Metropolitan Services failed to furnish the Senate Devolution Committee with the details of the legal landowners. While appearing before the Senator's Land and Legal Director Stephen Monge pleaded for more time to reveal details of the bona fide owner of the property. And over 3,200 youths drawn from Nakuru County will benefit from the 3rd phase of Kazi Mtaani program set to begin this month. Speaking during ahead of department meetings held in the County Commissioner's Office, the Narok Director of Housing, Chris Rotich, said the youth recruited were from humble backgrounds who struggled to earn a living. Narok County Commissioner Isaac Masinde, who chaired the meeting, said the new program must ensure there were no loopholes of corruption where people got paid yet did not work. Now, if you have not registered your SIM card, you have 1 month to do so lest you get switched off from mobile networks. Communication Authority of Kenya has set mid-February as the deadline for telcos to deactivate all active and registered SIM cards on their network. The latest data from the authority indicates that there are about 64.9 million active mobile subscriptions. Despite this, some of these subscriptions are not registered as per the Registration of SIM Cards Regulations of 2015, which requires mobile network services providers to suspend and deactivate SIM cards belonging to subscribers who failed to register by mid-February 2016. And this as Russia continued with its attacks on Ukraine. President Vladimir Putin has insisted Russia's military advance in Ukraine is going to plan, as Kyiv and Moscow agreed to create humanitarian corridors for civilians to escape the Russian invasion. After the fall of the first major Ukrainian city to Russian forces, Putin appeared in no mood to hit a global clamor for hostilities to end as the war entered its second week. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called on the West to up its military assistance after NATO members ruled out enforcing a no-flying zone for fear of igniting a direct war with nuclear-armed Russia. He implored NATO to give him planes to fight Russia and defend his country if at all they have no power to close the skies. The European Union has offered fighter jets already, and a source in Berlin said the German government was planning to deliver another 2,700 anti-craft missiles to Ukraine. This is Newswire. Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
A few minutes after 8 o'clock, and some traffic building up on Uhuru Highway getting into the city, and that is going to slow down considerably. All right, Ngong Road also packing up some, and Valley Road going into the city, quite some traffic here. All right, what's happening on Langata Road is not too well. Okay, that's a lie. It is crazy. The Southern Bypass taking on a little bit from the Likoni interchange, and that continues going well. Past the opening of the bypass. Coming out of Jogo Road, going then towards Landis and out towards Kamkunji, that's packed up some as well. Thika Superhighway, my goodness, in between the junction of Outer Ring and the Pangani Underpass, there's no traffic whatsoever. There is some outbound traffic, however, and it's going all the way towards Clayworks. Inbound traffic as well, really, really heavy. Bumper to bumper is what we're looking at here. All right, folks, let's see what it looks like in about half an hour or so. Let's keep things moving as best we can. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
All right,
This
it is 7
the
minutes after 8.
Situation Room,
This is Kenya's
the
biggest
only
conversation
way to
getting into
start
the
your
start
day.
of our show this lovely Friday morning. It's the fourth day of the third month of the 22nd year of this century. Yeah. We have guests in the studio. We'll be talking health. Remember, Healthy Fridays. Our healthy conversation today is using developing affordable healthcare solutions through digital solutions. CT has the proverb.
Those who pry into other people's affairs will hear and see what they do not like.
Those who pry into other people's affairs will hear and see.
Actually, the proverb was will hear, but I've added the see because I figured, if you're going to hear it, you might as well see it.
Oh, okay.
What they don't like.
Yes. When you pry into other people's affairs, you expect something that will be to your liking. Rarely do human beings head towards things that will cause them discomfort or things they don't like.
Right.
Yes,
Unless it has been tried and tested that if you do this, you will find things that you don't like. And yet, human beings still go and look for these things.
So other people's affairs here, to modernize the conversation, could be other people's phones.
Actually, it could. Let's start with something even fundamental. Okay? This one is going to sound a little sexist. It isn't.
I'm ready.
It is a question that many men attribute to women. You are called at the audience room to be asked, where are you? The question usually isn't where are you. The question is who are you with. And men usually don't react or respond kindly to it. That's prying into other people's business.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You're the only female here.
So?
I'm addressing you.
How do you know that I'm not asked? Anyway.
Our guests this morning are two doctors. One is Dr. Joseph Murad. He is the CEO of a company that I'm going to introduce shortly. And the other one is the Diagnostics and Performance Manager at the same company, Dr. Mandela Kibiriti. The company is Byon 8. BYON 8. Bring your own Ninhi. 8. Dr. Joseph, good morning.
Morning. Thank you
Welcome
for
to
having me.
Kenya's Biggest Conversation. It's good to have you on the show. Good to have you as well, Dr. Kibiriti.
Thank you so much.
Karibuni sana. So tell us about Byon 8. What is it?
What is it? Good question. Byon 8, I would say, is the most affordable and accessible healthcare solution out there. It's a launched and smartphone application that you can download on Android, iOS, and you can talk to doctors online. That's the simplest way of explaining it. And we're available 24/7 at your service, correct? Right, Mandela?
That's true. As early as 4 a.m.
Exactly. As early as 4 a.m.
Whatever time of day. So how does it work then, Dr. Mandela? So you're saying that it's a service where I can call a doctor, or is it a service where I can write a doctor? Or
so it's basically, so we have two service offerings.
Okay.
The first one is what we call a symptom checker, where you key in your symptoms and a medical engine, which is AI based, is the one that then gives you differential diagnosis as to what's causing those kinds of symptoms, and then also recommendations as to what to do next. And then the second service offering is the consultation service. And this is with general practitioners and specialists. So with the GPs that we have, it's either text-based, where you can actually just send text to the doctor, or video consultations as well. And for the specialists, it's just purely video consultations.
So nothing physical?
And nothing physical.
At no point am I required to go and go for triage and blah, blah, blah before I see a doctor?
Well, the symptom checker does act like a digital triage mechanism, where before you even start the consultation, by keying your symptoms of the symptom checker, we already have like a sense of what's going on with you. So the teleconsultation service is what's the next level to actually confirm the diagnosis. And really the recommendations that you need to stay healthy at the end of the day.
Okay. Walk us through this process, this AI process that is able to take all these myriad of symptoms from this large diversity of people and be able to come up with something that will approximate what your problem is likely to be. I just want you to walk us through so that those who are listening understand how this system actually works.
Okay.
So say I start with something. What are you feeling?
In the morning when I woke up, I was feeling that my nose wasn't my own. Then, an hour later, it was my head.
No, so let's talk about the time when you're going onto the AI. What are you typing? What's the first thing that you say?
What I'm saying is what I'm typing.
I woke up in the morning.
Yes.
I didn't have my nose.
Yes. No, it was there, but it didn't feel like my own. It's not the nose I went to sleep with. And then, when we got to around 6 o'clock, all those symptoms moved to my stomach. And now, I felt like there was a stone in my stomach. What could I possibly have?
The AI will tell you to go to hospital. So basically, what you'd key in. So obviously, the app is free to download. It's on Play Store and App Store. So that's where you'd start. And then when you sign in into the application, the symptom checker asks the key symptoms that you've had or you're presenting with at that specific time. And then beyond that, the symptom checker will then interrogate the symptoms in detail. So when did it start? Are the symptoms worsening? Are there any associated factors to it? Are there things that help the symptoms get better? And also related to that is your biodata from your age, your gender as well, because that also plays a role in the final recommendation as well.
You know, what you say makes sense to me, but let me perhaps leave the facetiousness of the conversation and get something real. There are very many conditions that people present with and are taken to hospital but they could be a myriad of things. The fact that you have a fever doesn't mean you have malaria. Yet, for us here, when someone says I have malaria, they mean they have a fever. Okay? By the same token, I may have a nosebleed and I think there's something wrong with some blood vessel. But it could be symptomatic of something else.
Yes, that's true.
Now, if what you're saying the app does it well, then it could prevent a lot of harm that people come to by simply ignoring certain symptoms and not seeking appropriate help at a certain time. So what I was asking, I think you've got where I'm going with this. I'm asking, I like the idea, but I want to understand how broad a base this particular AI has, so that I can determine with a certainty or a high degree of certainty that whatever it's going to do will provide what is humanly best possible for someone to actually go by in terms of diagnostics. That's really what I'm asking.
And I do think, I mean, something that we can talk about is, as you're saying, like how did we build this thing, and how did it get to this point? Because currently we're covering hundreds of different diagnoses and diseases, and it can detect from a wide variety of different cases, like, for example, malaria and others as well. And the reason to why it can be accurate is, I would say, the way we have developed it. We've developed it for nearly 4 years, the actual engine, testing it at working with universities, working with doctors, in also determining how accurate it is. So we've actually been using, you could say, real-life patient cases in comparison to how doctors actually diagnose them, and in the end compile this into the symptom checker, without getting too technical. Yeah, and it's all about studying these diseases over a long time and trying to get that into one application, because what you have as I would say the substitute of the symptom checker would be Google, right? You go in, you input that you have a fever, and you get 100 different suggestions. You might even have cancer or something, and that's what we're trying to avoid, right? Yeah. Not to panic. Give you a list of diseases to look at.
Why go this way? We're looking at solutions. That means that there was a problem, right? We're looking to fill up something. There was a gap somewhere. Yeah. Why choose to use this method to deliver healthcare in the country? What was the factor that said, all right, this has to be the way we go? Why?
Yeah. I mean, I think if we're looking at the problem, at least in healthcare, and I think not only in Kenya, there are two things. You have the accessibility of healthcare and the affordability. And I do think in regards to accessibility, we already know that we don't have enough doctors to meet the demands of the patients out there. Unfortunately, like that's how it is. And apart from the accessibility standpoint, what you have as an alternative is, for example, go to the private sector, and all of a sudden the affordability becomes a problem, right? That consultations maybe are too expensive. And that's really where, digital healthcare comes in. Because if you can access healthcare for free through the symptom checker, at least you have an idea of what you need to do, right? Because it doesn't only tell you the disease it might be, but it also tells you, should you stay at home? Should you seek healthcare? And that's where our doctors that are available online also comes in, right? So you can continue on that journey, talk to a doctor, even get a prescription, and then move on from that as well.
So what is this thing? Is it a website? Is it an app? Is it an SMS-based service? What is BYON8?
It's an application.
Yeah.
So basically, it's a mobile app, which is, as I mentioned, downloadable on Play Store and App Store for Android and iOS phones. And basically, just to touch on also what Joseph mentioned, we are trying to create this filter, and more importantly, this base for primary care. A lot of the time, I've seen it also in my profession, is when a patient walks in, the first thing they ask is, I want to see a specialist. The question is, okay, why? The key thing that we are trying to do right now is, one, make patients empowered to understand what they might have. And an empowered patient is an informed patient. So that's where the symptom checker comes in. That's where the consultation service comes in. And the second thing is, once they're informed, and they can have access to a doctor readily through the application, because we have a crazy high phone penetration rate, a mobile phone penetration rate in the country. Thankfully, our internet coverage is also good. You are creating this element where the primary base for primary care can be established through digital health services like BioNet, so that when you download the app, and you have access to the doctors, and you do have access to the consultation services. And something else we are trying to do is build this referral network where you have access also to labs, facilities, and pharmacies. You're literally handheld through your entire journey as a patient. And that's what we want to do at the end of the day, where we don't want patients falling through the cracks because of misdiagnoses, because they haven't gotten care as soon as they should have. And that's really the essence and the mission and vision that we have at BioNet.
But then why would patients then need you as doctors? Because already we have a problem with self-medication, where people decide, this is what I have, this is what I need. Now, if you've taken the point where they can be quasi-medical professionals, they will self-diagnose and head straight to the pharmacy and say, this AI fact checker has told me I am pregnant. So now, I mean...
Just to clarify, the symptom checker doesn't give you prescriptions.
It doesn't need to. I will
just
go,
need to know
I
what
will
medicine
go with
am
the
I going to buy?
possibilities, and I'll go to the pharmacies and tell them, this is what the fact checker has told me. So what do you have, ranging from cough syrup to things which sort out problems in the stomach? And then you ask him, which one is the best one? And he'll choose the most expensive and say, this one, we know, broad-based, does everything. In fact, even things which you imagine it can sort out. Where does your relevance come in when you've given people this avenue?
Rightfully so.
To play doctor.
So if you look at the symptom check, actually the recommendation levels include the consultation service as well. So there are recommendations from the symptom checker that actually insist that you talk to a doctor, which is now the consultation service that we offer at the end of the day. So it's this first capture the patients and get that population, especially the ones that do need to see a doctor, because that's lacking in our country as well. Move them to the consultation service, empower them with the referral network that we have, and then carry them through that entire journey to ensure that they live healthier lives. And that's really the essence of this whole digital platform that we've built and building.
Dr. Mandela, so you've identified the problem is that we don't have many people going to seek health services, right?
Yeah.
Why is that a problem? I mean, why is it so?
Well, it goes back to the accessibility and affordability question as well. If you look at our country, a vast majority of them work in informal sector. Also, a vast majority of them don't have health insurance. So that is improving with the mandatory law that NHIF, you have to be a contributor to it. But then again, also it's a question of, well, I am under NHIF. I do probably have some level of care wherever I am, but how far is it? You know, if you look at the ratio to the doctors and the population that we serve, the demand is definitely there. So then, using the existing resources, which is the mobile phone penetration rate and the internet coverage, can we then at least get the doctors to where the patients are as quickly as possible and as far as possible as well?
But then there's something that we haven't. I now see the problem. The issue that CT is raising currently, with all those challenges, people have found a way out. And the way out is self-diagnosis, is using history, just looking at when so-and-so had a headache, this is what they took and they felt better. When so-and-so was having a running stomach, this is what they took and they got better. So we get into that community self-diagnosis. How do you address that? How do you get over that challenge? Because now you're basically introducing a new, more believable member of the community who's telling me that, yes, you have a running stomach. The likelihood is that you have amoeba, you have, this new thing? H. pylori, which now everybody has H. pylori. So the possibility is H. pylori. Because, and then I'm like, but Ndu had H. pylori the other day. Dr. Mandela had H. pylori, so likely H. pylori. Let me go seek medication for H. pylori. How do you address that so that then you actually are not perpetrating and perpetuating this problem?
Yeah.
Maybe we can start with one simple thing that I think we all have in common in regards to healthcare, and that is trust. whenever you see a clinician, whoever you're approaching, one of the main reasons to why you're going back to them is the trust factor. You do want to talk to somebody who you trust in the end, and the advice that you're giving them. So if you look at what we are doing with the symptom checker, is number one, we give people an informed way of making a decision, first of all. So even if you do self-medicate, I would rather have somebody self-medicate that is informed and uses a method that is, way more accurate than Google, let's say. Then let's say, but because this is the issue, right? You Google diseases and then maybe you go for the top suggestions and that's what you go for. But at the same time, as the user is using the symptom checker, we're also educating them. We're letting them know when the recommendations come up, do not self-medicate. This is, for example, we even have warning signs around specific medication. So as they're trusting this application more and more, hopefully we can also move away from the behavior of immediately going to a pharmacy and just, going with the first advice, because we never give the user one diagnose or one disease. It's a choice between 5 or 6 or 7, and then the user must choose, okay, which one of these should I go for? And I think we're creating this behavior of it's being a risky behavior, like, choosing between 7 diseases is that's a risk of chance.
And just to add, again, going back, recommendations based on the symptom checker, consultation services are then recommended. That's where we're capturing the patients. That's where we're actually saying, you have these differential diagnoses, recommendation, talk to a doctor.
I'm going to come back to the cost of these consultations. But what I see as a major challenge is you are competing with existing cultures that people have when it comes to healthcare seeking behavior. You see, what Eric mentioned about the way the community handles diseases, it's something that those who are in the care and treatment work of HIV were constantly grappling with. You get someone whose adherence levels are good, so they are given medication for, say, 2 months. If somebody comes to them and says they have this problem and the other, they say, even I had that problem. In fact,
this is what I did.
Don't worry. That one, not a problem. Why don't you take this? You'll find big difference.
In fact, I can give you some of mine.
No, they give you because they have 2 months supply. They do not see how it is going to interfere. And then they realize when time for the second visit comes or the visit comes in, they realize they don't have the drugs. So they're not adhering now. So they're going to go back to the clinic or the hospital with the problems. They will not honestly tell you what it is that they did. But what they also don't know, they've introduced ARVs to people who shouldn't or may not even need ARVs. And they are creating yet another secondary problem that will become a big problem later. But all in the name of good. Treatment, especially when somebody has the availability at a communal level, they will treat it as something that they ought to participate in. So how do you get people to change this way of thinking and to understand that that same thinking can be applied to this app that you have?
Let me actually, that's a really important point that you've raised. The reason why somebody would then accept the medication that, it worked for me, then it should work for you, is one, do they have the necessary information to actually make that kind of decision? That's where you should begin, because then if I'm not well informed as to whether this medication will actually help me, whether it will actually have an impact on my health, then was it Loliondo?
Babu Loliondo.
Yeah, it's the same thing, where if we were informed, or if people were informed that this thing actually doesn't, really work, or does work, for example, if it really did, then people would be making the right decisions. So and this is why patient education is so important, and empowering the patients to actually make the right decisions, because it's from that point that the user journey to actually seek healthcare starts. If I am more informed, if I'm more empowered, if I can access this thing on my phone, where before then I'd have to walk kilometers to just get even advice, where I can actually speak to a doctor and then they can give me the the recommendations as to what to do next, where you actually have your patient history and data on the app so that you can follow your journey as well as a patient. You are well empowered to actually seek care, and then you have, an upper hand, and you actually own your care at the end of the day as a patient. And that's really what we're trying to do here. That start with make patients first informed as to what they should do, give them the right tools and accessibility to the doctors that then can give them the actual advice that they need, create this referral network where if they do need the care physically, they can easily access that, and it's all empowered and scalable through digital health solutions.
I'm saying something different, slightly. What you're saying I understand fully, but I am talking about the sense of community and the way people like to handle things within the community. You are referring to the individual, which is good. And the individual may get what you're saying. But if what you've told them and what they now know because of you is contrary to what is accepted in the community, you already have a hindrance to that person actually benefiting from this. So I am saying this. Is there an understanding that perhaps you need to consider looking at individuals as you do, but looking at community or groupings of people so that this same information is actually shared from the very, very onset, not with the individual. So it's not one person who has the information.
Everybody does.
Many people have the information. So even discussions around it involves a group. The acceptability factor will play a big role in how they use that particular app or how they use that particular information.
Yeah. Let's take a break at this point and then we continue the conversation. Our guests this morning are talking about how best we can develop affordable healthcare through digital solutions. So can we actually get to that point where we get primary healthcare services just diagnosing via an app where you are talking to an AI that has been fed with medical information that then you're telling it, these are my symptoms. It can tell you, this is likely what you have. And then it advises you what to do next. Maybe go seek medical advice, go see a doctor, or we have a doctor on call. Let this doctor call you, or you need to rush to a hospital immediately. That conversation continues with Dr. Mandela Kibiriti, Diagnostics and Performance Manager at Bion 8, and Dr. Joseph Murad, who is the CEO of this organization. 8:30, Ndu, take us to the movies.
Let's go to the movies this weekend with The Batman, and SpiceFM is taking you and 4 of your friends to the movies, courtesy of everyone's favorite delicious fruit-flavored soda, Fanta, and Anga Cinemas. All you have to do to win a movie ticket for your squad to an exclusive screening of The Batman, the Caped Crusaders' latest outing, is to brush up on your Batman movie trivia and join Yolanda Mulwa and DJ Absolute on Sugar and Spice every day at 11 a.m. for your chance at a front row seat to witness cinema history.
Have you seen them? Am I lying?
Yes, it's a very nice outfit, I must say.
Thank you. Asante sana.
The compliment is well received.
Good morning and thank you. Everyone in Wasingishu was asking me, what channel is SpiceFM?
96.7. Tell them that, right?
Yes, now they know.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have
you.
What
a beautiful studio, my friend.
I've been to other radio stations, but I've never seen anything like this.
Thank you. And it's very nice to be in a modern studio. Absolutely brilliant.
And I have to say, it's a very cool ambiance here in your radio room. Just for our listeners, I think it is below zero in this room here. Very Swiss temperatures.
Mostly sunny conditions in Nairobi at 18, highs of 27. We'll see lows of 16 today. At 16, Nakuru is sunny, highs of 30 and lows of 12. Sunny at 15 in Nyeri, highs of 28 and lows of 9. While Eldoret is sunny at 17. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 13 today. Rain's gone in Mombasa at 27 and sunny conditions, highs of 32 and lows of 26. While Malindi is partly sunny at 28. highs of 31 and lows of 26. The sun is out in Kisumu as well at 30, highs of 32 and lows of 19, while in Kakamega, sunny at 21, highs of 32 and lows of 15. It's sunny in Kampala as well, 30 will be the high and lows of 18, while Dar es Salaam is mostly cloudy at 28, highs of 32 and lows of 27. Light rain in Lagos at 27, highs of 33 and lows of 26. Joburg is sunny at 17. It'll go to highs of 24 and lows of 16. The sun is out in Kinshasa as well. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 23.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
Thika Road understood the assignment. No traffic. And even before the end of traffic hour today, that's looking pretty good. Up until the Outer Ring Junction, for some phenomenon which you don't understand, beyond that, there's bumper-to-bumper in and outbound traffic. But then after the junction, there's nothing until you get to the Pangani underpass. The Kiambu Road as well had clogged up for some time, but that is much better now. Limu Road in and outbound, moving along, not standstill traffic. So there's that for that. We're also looking at Valley Road, getting into the city, coming off Arwingskodek in Hurlingham, coming off Ngong Road, then into the city as well. Not too bad this morning. Rilo Dingaway looking pretty good as well towards the roundabout. But then Langata Road also feeding off to Rilo Dinga Road. Just a little bit here and there. Apart from that, we might be out of traffic hour in record time today. We're just going to have to take a look-see and see what it looks like in about half an hour. Let's talk before then if we need to. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Nyeri. Spice up your life.
24 minutes to 9, Kenya's biggest conversation continues with Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga, and our guests this morning, Dr. Joseph Murat, CEO of Bion 8, and Dr. Mandela Kibiriti, Diagnostics and Performance Manager at the same organization. We are talking about this particular platform that they've come up with, which is an AI-based digital health platform for patients and also healthcare providers. How is it that you use it to get diagnostics, to also get some consultation from healthcare providers? Now, one of the things that you'll agree with me is that in this country, and I think indeed in the world, the field of medicine is highly regulated, and for good reason. So in the country, you don't practice as a doctor if you haven't been licensed by the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board or Council. You don't become a nurse unless you have the Nursing Council license. You don't start a hospital unless the board has come and inspected and said, we give you the license to run us. So this particular platform, because it's offering the services similar to what a clinic would do, is it regulated? Is it licensed?
Yes, it is. So we are licensed by the Kenya Medical Dentists Council. And all our doctors actually licensed by the same council as well. Myself included.
Hopefully, right?
Yeah. So we are following those kinds of procedures, and beyond that also is patient data security, where we're actually following GDPR laws, and this is because we want to ensure that whatever information that you share with our doctors in the consultation services, it's safe and secure. Just to give you an idea, is all information is anonymized and pseudo-anonymized, where if you're having the consultation with the doctor, only you, the person who's seeking that consultation as a patient, has access to that information, and the doctor providing the consultation. So all that data is safe and secure because we do follow those standards as well.
And you're in control, right? Because you can delete your data anytime you want as well. And that's the beauty of it. Or you keep it, you share it with whoever you want to share it with. I mean, I think we can all relate going to different doctors, forgetting about our history as well, and having all that in one place. That's a value by itself.
Sure.
But Dr. Joseph, there are those who argue that anything that enters the realms of IT
is never really lost. It's never really deleted. But anyway, do you want to ask something?
Sure. So, I mean, even as we look at these solutions, what help then have we accorded patients who would essentially say, I'm going to get onto this app because this has been here for some time. I'm going to get onto this app. I'm feeling a certain type of way. I get my symptoms. Onto what is the process like? I get on the app and then I go about, I get consultation services, but I must still leave where I am and go get medicine or get a test. So it's not are we saying it's a complete solution that where I am sitting, I do not need to leave where I am sitting, save for going to get any kind of medication that I might need? Or do I still have to add the element of travel to seeking this healthcare?
I would say that's exactly what it is. It is the convenience factor it brings, because you can think of it as a one-stop solution for all your outpatient needs. When you go into the app, you either choose, right? You can do the symptom checker or you can talk to a doctor online. And what we provide beyond the online consultation is, for example, home delivery of medication. So if you get a prescription, you can get that home delivered. If you need to do lab tests and you need to continue the medical investigation, we even do home collection of lab tests. So yes, we can actually remove a lot of that, let's say the logistical issues of getting back and forth and going, waiting in queue, all of that. That's also what we're trying to provide beyond, the actual online consultation itself.
Sure.
Yeah.
And even as we talk about mobile telephony and internet penetration in the country being extremely high, we also have to ask the question, then what are people using these two things for? And is there a high encouragement for people to go online then and seek healthcare? You see what I'm saying? So what are people using phones for? Maybe to transfer money really quickly here and there. Are people getting on the internet to seek medical care? Those who are may be in a secluded part of the population. So how are we getting this out to somebody who is in rural Kenya? Or is it the privilege of just those who may be on their device the whole day and say, well, all right, I have a headache and let me see how I can, figure this out? Is it for everybody?
So one thing, and I guess it goes back to the community question as well, in how to ensure that there's an acceptance for these kinds of solutions, is one, this is why we're very big on partnerships. Not beyond just the referral network, but also the people who are within those communities. This is why it's a constant effort from our side to involve as many people from a county level as well, to the facilities on the ground, so that when patients do come in, and this is what we've been actually talking about, care points, where you don't have to have the smartphone itself, but there are care points where you can access a tablet of some sort, because it is a digital app. The tablet then can offer that kind of service to the patients by just getting to that care point. This is only enabled with players, in the sector, and this is why collaboration is so key. And then going back to the thing about the community, I mean, we've had over 250,000 downloads, 250,000 downloads since we started. The application has 20 to 30,000 active users month on month. It just goes to show that there are people who actually trust this service, and we do take this trust very, we take it to heart, because we really want to ensure that every patient that does come through the application, either at these specific care points or through the application with their individual phones, that they get this end-to-end experience catered for. And this is what we're really keen on doing at the end of the day.
When you say you have partners, what sort of partners do you have?
So, for example, medication, as they're getting the prescriptions at home. So we have Kasha and Maidao who has a delivery option as well, and Syspharma, who we are trying to come and develop these care points within their physical pharmacies as well. To facilities like Halcyon, Imperial Medical, which is a chain of facilities as well. Poplar Hospital, Mary Stops, so we are trying to get as many facilities to work with, so that whenever you do need the diagnostics, whenever you do need the medication, when you're on the application, you have access to those individuals as well.
So taking that step back again, you are seeking to address a problem, right? And one of those problems is that people do not go to seek healthcare services, number one, and people have various reasons why they feel that there are very many barriers to seeking healthcare. One of those barriers is cost. The other is access, either distance or time or just availability of a good facility. So those are the solutions you're trying to solve. Tell me about the costs, because this is a big issue in healthcare. At some point, I'm sure, and I'm using this app, and I've been go through diagnostics. It'll tell me talk to a doctor. Obviously, the doctor is going to be a cost at some point.
True.
So how are you addressing that?
Okay, let's look at, when was the last time you were at hospital? For the nose and the stomach.
No, the nose and stomach was this morning.
Oh, this morning.
He hasn't gone to hospital
Not
yet.
gone for that.
So you should go on the app.
Why do you think I'm so knowledgeable about self-medication?
Good. So let's say on average, just looking at the price points for a general practitioner consultation, especially in private facilities, it ranges between 1,000 to 2,000 shillings, depending on where you're going. On our case, it's 395 shillings to text a doctor on the app. Massive difference.
Okay. To text a doctor and receive a response?
Yes,
okay.
in real time.
To have a conversation.
To have a conversation.
Once.
So consultation is 375 shillings.
395.
Yeah. And that's a 24-hour consultation. So
Okay.
you can text and chat with a doctor for up to 24 hours.
24 hours.
Yeah.
So you can have the consultation, go do your lab tests, we get the results, we give you the recommendations. Within 24 hours, it's 395 shillings. And that was with the added, we are working with the referral network. So by giving you that recommendation that you do need a lab test, our referral partners are aware. They can do the home collections. If it's drugs, they can send you the medication that deliver it to you. So that's the first thing. If it's video based, it's 695 shillings. Okay. So the text and the video in this case, where it's 395 and 695, it's randomized, where you can actually.
This 95. You're going to explain it, but anyway, go on.
So let's just make it easier. So it's 400 shillings.
Thank you.
Kuna tax. There's tax and then there's a 5 bob discount.
So just by accessing a doctor either via text and video, it's already cheaper than the consultation service that you'd get in any private facility.
When the council licensed you to operate, what conditions were you given? Because I'm thinking about this. So I've gone through this app right now. I told it I have a swelling on my right leg. It kept asking me questions. Swelling, right leg. At what point does the swelling get worse? Morning, and when I wake up, evening when I'm going to sleep. I told you, I don't know. Various things. It gave me several number of options of what could be the problem. Among them is preeclampsia.
Did you tell them about?
Did you tell them?
It asked
who
me,
you
are
are?
you a man? Yes. What you
Yeah,
ate?
but
Anyway.
Yes.
Then there's the option there. Talk to a doctor.
Yeah.
So if I spoke to a doctor, and let's even say that I chose the video option, we talk to a doctor, and the doctor sends me, go to a lab and get these kind of tests, and then give me the results. The doctor is basically just going to look at those results, look at what I've been saying, and move on to the next stage.
So
and this is okay by government.
So let's start first and foremost. We train our doctors as to how to offer the digital consultations first and foremost, because you're entering a new form of medical provision. That's the first thing. So first and foremost, all the doctors that are on the platform are vetted. First and foremost, to see where they were trained. Are they actually licensed by the council? Secondly, we then take them through a process where they have to abide to specific standards as to how to offer those teleconsultation services. Because the key thing, again, primary care, is to identify, and this is more of like a filter, identify those that do need to go seek physical care. And this actually was more apparent during COVID times. Identify those that do need to seek physical care, and for those that do not, find a way to ensure that they actually get the quality of care that they deserve. That's the first thing. So the only reason why we were actually given this approval by the council is that we are working with doctors who are licensed to provide these kinds of care. And we also take it upon ourselves to ensure that these doctors are trained as to how to provide these consultation services. And within the medical department that I work with, and together with the chief medical officer, we review every single consultation to ensure that the right recommendation was given. So the filters to ensure that the patient actually gets the care that they need starts from the symptom checker to the ensuring that the doctors are actually providing the care that they need. So the quality control that we are currently doing on a constant basis, so that at the end of the day, the patient actually gets the care that they deserve.
Does the council give you some certain conditions and say, okay, we are trying this out, we all don't know this thing that we're going to do. Yes, we want to encourage moving into offering digital solutions for healthcare. But then, one doctor shall not talk to this patient for like 3-4 times without saying, come, I see you personally, you go get seen by a physician. Are there such conditions? I'm just thinking, I mean, you walk to a hospital, you'll find a doctor with a stethoscope all the time. There must be a reason. And here you are telling me that this stethoscope does not have to be used at all.
No. We're not saying
the
that.
Stethoscope is a very nice look.
No, what we are saying is those that do need physical care are channeled through the right places to actually get that physical care.
Okay.
Those that do not then can get the care within the application.
So are we saying then that there is a high prevalence of folks who are going to hospital and then don't necessarily need to do so?
Yes. That's the simple way of answering it. Like
you
you can diagnose a lot of the conditions online, and of course some of them you can't, and then you need to refer. And also think of it like this: by using a service like this, your consultation is not only reviewed by one doctor but several doctors to ensure that you actually get the right diagnosis. So that's even an added value to the patient as well in regards to the quality.
In terms of turnaround time, what are we looking at as well? That you get onto the app and then you're able to then start to speak to a doctor. Are you sitting around the whole day waiting for doctors to get back to you, or how long is it? I'm feeling this kind of way now. I get onto the app and I'm hoping to speak to somebody so that I can get relief for whatever I'm feeling. How long are we looking at?
5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's roughly the waiting time we have. And then, of course, if you do want to, you can also choose to book, let's say, a specific time slot with a doctor, but then that's up to you, right, when you want to.
Okay. And then in terms of variety of illnesses that we are looking at, I mean, when you think that you're going to get on the phone and speak to a doctor, the perception might be that it would be your simple, mild symptoms that are being dealt with. But then in terms of severity of illness, are we looking across board from something as, like the common cold all the way, up the charts onto whatever else it may be?
Yeah. So that's why we have the general practitioners and the specialists on the app. So for the specialists, if I can speak a little bit about that. So we have from internal medicine to a general surgeon, to an obstetrician and gynecologist, to pediatricians, a psychiatrist. We also have a team of psychologists as well. So there's a plethora of services that we can actually offer to patients on the application. Yeah.
The issue again of cost. So is there a conversation that your platform is having with various insurance providers? So say I'm insured, this $795, $695, whatever will be taken care of by insurance.
Yes. That's exactly the case, and that's what we're trying to cater for, is onboard insurance providers onto the platform. So you simply register your details and you can access these consultations for free from your sense if you have an insurance premium plan, right? And also, we do want to say, NHIF, if you're looking, we're here.
The partnerships you mentioned, I like the partnerships, but I'm going back to something that I'm familiar with. Do you have any partnerships with existing non-governmental organizations, CBOs, that work in the health sphere? Because these are people who already have contacts with communities. And they also work with existing medical government agencies. So they are, in my mind, a one-stop shop for many things. Do you have, or are you thinking of partnerships with such people? Because you find them right around the country.
We're in conversations actually with a couple. But we want to first finalize those kinds of conversations before we actually make any comment on them, because we totally agree on the fact that we do need to get to the communities, actually at the heart of the community, because that's where the change is. So we're in conversations with some. If I need to name drop,
no, you don't need to name drop. I mean, if you're having the name dropping may actually jeopardize whatever it is you're saying. But if you have them, you see, if you're talking about penetrating and looking at larger numbers who can actually access this information, which for many would be new, it is better when they're dealing with people they already know and accept and trust.
Yeah.
You see? Yes.
Isn't this where the world is going, though? I mean, because you can read a book on your phone now. You can do your banking on the phone. You can do your registration of business services, your driver's license, whatever. You don't have to go queue anymore. So it seems as though this is where everybody is going, that even the things that you would need to touch to access, that you can actually now do it virtually, you can do it digitally. Is this now falling in with trends while meeting an obvious need?
I mean, I would definitely say so, both in regards to, the development we have in regards to digitalizing healthcare and making it more accessible. But I also just want to touch on something that I don't think we've discussed that much, and that is, apart from the affordability and accessibility problem, there's a very real, you can call it problem, quote unquote, of people becoming older and older. And the thing that is happening is we are getting a lot of diseases within primary care. For example, in Kenya, there are diabetes, hypertension, all of these what we call non-communicable diseases that we need to take care of. That, to be frank, we don't really have a system to do so. And that's really where this kind of application comes into place. It serves as that primary care center for you online.
And then just to add, it's walking the journey with the patient.
Did you notice that when these two gentlemen talked about age, they both looked at me?
Why are you so touchy about age, man?
I mean,
everybody.
All I'm doing,
everybody's aging, all right? That's the whole message that Dr. Joseph was talking about.
But he's aging beautifully.
Everybody's aging.
I mean, that's
coming back to the issue of regulation, guys. I'm big on this sort of regulation, just to make sure that everything, because it's a very good idea. It's a very good direction for us to take. We've seen, for example, what has happened with digital mobile lenders. They got into the market, they rolled on, and then now we had to bring in the CBK by changing the CBK Act to introduce regulations. So at this particular stage, from your understanding of the medical field in the country, and then from your understanding of the digital medical field, are there certain things that need to be introduced in law, in regulations, that would then support this direction that we're taking?
Yes, and I think this is why we're working so closely, and this is why actually we needed the license from the council to begin with, because it's now having these conversations with these kinds of stakeholders, then you can actually now start looking at, okay, where are the gaps? How can we fill them? And being a player in the market and working together with the regulatory bodies allows us to fill in those gaps. Just to give you an example, by working with the GDPR standards, it has obviously shed light of the things that we need to do in this country as far as telemedicine and telehealth services are concerned, and working from that framework, there's a lot that we can do to actually make it, safer and ensure that the quality of care and actually how we store that information as well is catered for. So it's a constant and it's a continuous process that we are actually taking up together with the licensing and regulatory bodies as well.
So are there things that need to be introduced into that sphere, specifically by the Medical Practitioners Council?
I think they've started with the right step, which is first and foremost to ensure that all the medical providers are first licensed. To be honest, and this was actually highlighted in one of the info series, where there are some centers and hospitals that were actually not licensed but still providing care. So that's a first step that we need to take first, which is ensure everyone that is providing the care is actually licensed. And then the next step is the quality control. And how is that enforced? We're actually doing that. So from our perspective, together with the council, if we could have a conversation and structure how this telehealth solutions can be regulated from our standpoint, and even try and inform certain policies and have that kind of conversations, we're more than open to do so.
All right. Asanteni sana, Daktari, for joining us. Dr. Joseph Murad is the CEO of Bion8, BYON8. It's an app. Go find it on Play Store and App Store. It's on both, right?
Yes.
And then Dr. Mandela Kibiriti is a diagnostics and performance manager in the same organization. We'll be talking about developing affordable healthcare through digital solutions. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. We've been live on KTN Home. We are also live on SpiceFM and online. Time for us to take a break on KTN Home. We'll be back on TV on Monday. But it continues on SpiceFM and on YouTube and Facebook. Good morning. Yep, coming up in the next hour, we have more conversations on the show. And this is on 94.4 in Nairobi, at 7.9 in Mombasa, 102.5 in Kisumu, 96.7 in Eldoret, 96.0 in Nakuru, Nyeri, 90.9, Malindi, 97.7. It is the second day of the Magical Kenya Open, presented by ABSA. Remember, you can just get your tickets on tikiti.com to go to the Muthaiga Golf Club and see what's happening there. Or you can also follow them on the Magical Kenya Open on social media, or ABSA on social media. You see what's happening and the results. The defending champion, Justin Harding, is in the country. Is he going to defend? He's from Sweden. Dr. Joseph Murad is from Sweden as well. Okay, it is now 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. The Ministry of Health plans to introduce a bill in Parliament that aims to allow county governments to conduct impromptu tests of food sold in markets. The Food Security Bill 2021 has been proposed following an increase in the sale of unsafe food for human consumption, a situation that is affecting health in the country. Director of Health, Dr. Patrick Amoth, said the bill aims to empower county governments to ensure that food sold in markets are safe for human consumption.
The main thrust of the food safety bill actually places the responsibility of the food business operators. We want to place that responsibility of them so that when you are selling a particular food, it is your responsibility to ensure that that food is safe by following the right processes and protocols that are developed jointly by the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Health. And we also want to empower the counties, because this function is basically a devolved function. We want to empower the county government to be able to ensure that they can be able to do supervision, they can be able to conduct testing, to ensure that the food that is brought into the market is safe.
Amoth said the Ministry of Health has started a partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure the food grown and eaten in the country is safe. Amoth said they will take the initiative to prevent the spread of diseases from animals to humans.
One of the challenges, of course, is multiple silos. You have something domiciled in one ministry, right? You see now we have the Directorate of Veterinary Services. Animals, when the veterinary doctors are treating animals, they use the grass. Then you consume that meat. Same if you go to other sectors in agriculture, your tomatoes, somebody's using pesticides, they land on your table. So if you don't coordinate that, then the problem to emanate from the other sector then become outcome. So it's better for us to work together so that we can be able to jointly address these things at all. So you are assured of whatever you are eating, from what they say, from farm to fork.
The rice farmers are looking forward to leveraging on Thiba Dam, which is now complete and is set to double rice production from the current 114 metric tons to 200,000 metric tons. The dam is expected to be filled by heavy rains as of this month. Thiba Dam, which is among President Uhuru Kenyatta's flagship project in Mount Kenya, is now complete. The 8.2 billion shillings dam seeks to address water shortage at the Moe irrigation scheme in Kirinyaga County and provide sustainable, well-managed water, with the reservoir having a capacity of 15 million cubic meters. that the government will continue with its plan to carry out a security operation in volatile parts of Baringa County. According to Rift Valley Regional Commissioner Mali Mohammed, the security operation is set to continue even after leaders from the county faulted the government for delaying to restore normalcy in the region. He spoke during a security meeting at Loruk, Baringa North, where he maintained that the planned operation is still on 2 weeks after CS Interior Matiang'i promised residents. He further said that a forceful disarmament will take place within the next few days to finish the issue of insecurity once and for all. And the faces behind private developers accused of illegal evictions of residents of Nairobi City Water and Sewerage staff quarters in Isli and Pumwani staff quarters is still hidden. This is after the Nairobi Metropolitan Services failed to furnish the Senate Devolution Committee with the details of the legal landowners. While appearing before the Senators, Land and Legal Director Stephen Mwangi pleaded for more time to reveal details of the bona fide owners of the property. And over 3,200 youth drawn from Nakuru County will benefit from the third phase of Kazi Mtaani program set to begin this month. Speaking during a heads of department meeting held in the County Commissioner's office, the Narok Director of Housing, Chris Rutit, said the youth recruited were from humble backgrounds who struggled to earn a living. Nakuru County Commissioner Isaac Masinde, who chaired the meeting, said the new program must ensure there were no loopholes of corruption where people got paid yet did not work. And Russian troops attacked Europe's largest nuclear power plant, setting part of the Ukrainian facility ablaze in an assault the country's leader branded nuclear terror and said could endanger the continent. After hours of uncertainty throughout the night, local authorities reported the fire was extinguished at dawn. They had earlier reported that no immediate radiation rise was detected and essential equipment was unaffected, but it remained unclear what the invading forces planned next. President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke with world leaders including US President Joe Biden and British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who called for a halt to fighting at the nuclear plant. Johnson accused Russian President Vladimir Putin of reckless action that he said could now directly threaten the safety of all of Europe. The British leader will seek an emergency UN Security Council meeting, according to a statement from his office. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aceto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so still some traffic is what we're looking at coming off Uhuru Highway, getting into the city this morning. Valley Road a little bit, then getting into the CBD as well. Gong Road also, that continues. Coming out of Westlands, traffic not too heavy, but it's been a good morning, I think. Though Thika Road is doing some things, magic in, magic out, beyond the Outer Ring Junction, and then coming back towards the Utali Drift, traffic still continues. Let's take a look in about half an hour, and hopefully Friday will pan out into nothing too terrible. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127. Let's keep things moving.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
yes,
is the
it is
Situation
7
Room,
minutes after
the
9.
only
It
way to
continues.
start your
This
day.
is the final hour of the show this week. And in the studio is everybody, Eric, Latiff, and CT, who has the proverb.
Those who pry into other people's affairs will hear what they do not like. And we added, may also see what they do not like.
If you take somebody's phone and you start going through it,
Don't go around complaining and asking, why is this thing on your phone? Who asked you to take that phone in the first place? So you have your own phone. Look at your phone.
Those who pry in other
If
people's
it's a
affairs.
computer, you go around reading people's messages in the computer,
Eh.
and then you get surprised at what you read. Who asked you to go and read their messages?
Yeah, why? Why were you there in the first place? Yeah, stick to your stuff.
Avoid giving yourself unnecessary grief.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Ndu, you told us about this, and it's in the papers today. What the Deputy President William Ruto was saying in America yesterday.
Can I refresh your memory?
Please do.
100 billion shillings stolen by graft cartels yearly. The Deputy President, William Ruto, on his US tour, has claimed that a whopping 100 billion shillings is budgeted for corrupt cartels in Kenya every financial year. It's budgeted. So what does that mean? It's planned for. It goes through the process. We know this is what is going to happen. In his sustained attack against the government, which he is ironically the second in command, Ruto claimed that billions of shillings are carted away into obscure institutions. The supposed opposition leader is a puppet of the government, and the leader of the ruling party is a refugee in the opposition. This is what he said. He also accused the administration of veering off course in the second term, saying its priorities had changed from the Big Four agenda to reversing the gains of Kenya's progressive constitution. He alleged that throughout its tenure, President Uhuru Kenyatta's government has channeled billions into opaque institutions with no oversight. This has been happening while he has been deputy president and while Uhuru Kenyatta has been president. And he's saying now that the amount has grown between 4 to 5-fold in the last 10 years. Where you have accountability problems and oversight challenges, the more money you put into opaque institutions, the greater the corruption is there. He said this Wednesday. He spoke in a forum on politics and policy, and he was at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington.
You know, and the day before yesterday, this deputy president was talking about the Kenyan election and what is happening, and it's reported that he appealed to the global community to intervene and stop attempts to rig the presidential election. He continued his stinging criticism of the government from where he left off on Wednesday, where he claimed that there have been attempts to reverse the democratic gains made by Kenya by trying to bring back an imperial presidency, an unacceptable executive, undermining the independence of the judiciary, as well as the oversight role of parliament. It was an apparent reference to the proposed constitutional changes through BBI, cautioning against political and economic exclusion, two issues that he termed as core in the August elections. The UDA party leader urged the US and Kenya's other partners to continue in their support for the country's democracy. The DP has been saying very many things while out there. He has alleged, that there could be underhand games being played ahead of the August election in terms of preparation for the election. He has said that in the last 10 years, a lot of the money that is presented to Parliament as the financial budget for a financial year is actually budgeted corruption, which has grown tenfold in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
He says it's 100 billion shillings. The president has told us it is 2 billion a day, which is more than 730 billion shillings a year. The Auditor General has said it's about a third of our budget, which is about $1 trillion plus shillings a year. There are very many figures. The point is, the DP is out there saying, you know what? If you just listen to the DP without having heard anything else about Kenya, you'd be like, hey, things are thick in that country. Things are thick in that country. One, corruption is budgeted. And then the fight against corruption is weaponized and politicized. And then the elections are rigged or pre-rigged, or the will of the people, the democratic will of the people is
upheld.
undermined. All these bad things are happening in the country. And without the international community's intervention, we're heading in the wrong path. I sit back and ask
And it's
myself,
getting worse.
Yeah.
Not just that this is the state of things, but that things are getting worse.
It's getting worse day
and that
by
you're
day.
even inviting into a new system of government whereby, outsiders, quote unquote, are then being invited into the running of government to perpetuate and to compound an already terrible situation. This is the picture that has been painted. The question is it true?
What is the deputy president playing at?
The question is, it's not a very dissimilar message from what we've heard from time to time when he's been on the campaign trail. The significant difference now, in my mind, is the audience. Because if you're talking about these things in a country like America, where they actually frown on these things, and where their system will actually, if they catch up with you, punish you very, very, very dearly for such things. The question one would ask is the same one you're asking, what does he hope to achieve? Is it that he wants to present himself as a crusader, someone who abhors the very things that he's saying, the nefarious things that he's saying are clear within our system of government, of which he is the deputy president?
The second in command.
Precisely. When you talk about elections being rigged, it is the understanding that the elections will be rigged that you have election monitors. Have you, let me just ask this question. Beyond going to monitor elections in other parts of this continent, do we know of any situation where we've had election monitors leaving our country to go and monitor elections, say, in the West?
Yes.
Observe or monitor?
What's the difference?
Observe, you're just hanging out and checking out what's going on. Monitor is you actually take note of details. That's how
So they're called election observers?
They're called observers, yeah, but they're election monitors. I'm creating a distinction. I understand in the conversation, they're all called observers.
Yes.
But it's monitoring. And there's always a report that you hear. And you're told, EU sent these monitors, God knows who sent these monitors. This is the report that they have given concerning these elections. And I'm asking the question, do we have such situations where people are sent to the West and they come up with the report and say, these elections, this is what we saw, this is what we heard?
Well, I know that in elections, for example, in America, okay, let's call it observe for the reason that I do not know whether they are monitors with your definition. But I know that there are Kenyan organizations, there are Kenyan parliamentarians, there are Kenyan politicians, there are Kenyan media that have gone to observe the elections in America.
I think you're referring to benchmarking.
In the UK, this and the other.
You're referring to benchmarking. You know, I am actually splitting hairs on this issue. When you speak of monitoring or observing in an African context, the report we hear is never from, well, the report that takes center stage is usually what these external observers have. We have internal observers. And because we have contested elections, their input has also come to the fore. And we've gotten to understand this is what they saw, this is how they understood it. And if there are problems, this is how they relate to the problems. Many observers simply come and tell you the elections were free and fair.
That's what they observed.
Yes. Now, internal monitors and observers will tell you, no, they were not quite that. We saw this, and we saw that, and we saw this, and we saw this, and we saw the other, and we saw the other, and it's in contravention of our understanding and the rules that we have governing this particular activity in the country. I am asking, the details that we go through, do these Western countries have external people coming in to do the same thing? The answer in my mind is a resounding no. At best, they're going to try and find out how to do this thing as well as these people do it. And yet, their system of politics is rather different from ours. Their electoral system is also slightly, if not profoundly, different from ours. But my point is a simple one. My point is, when you go and state things that Kenyans hear politicians talking about on a daily basis, and you take that conversation to the West, you may get these unintended consequences. You may not, because the unintended consequence will be, you will say it, they will probe it, they will ask. The sort of uncomfortable questions that you will not be asked locally will be asked out there. Because when you say it, they'll follow the trends that they follow with their own people. You say, there is this. Okay, explain, tell us, how exactly do you arrive at this information? And the question of, are you not the deputy president of that country? That one will not be far from the lips of those who are listening and want to ask questions.
That's got to be the question.
Yes.
Because you cannot remove yourself from the equation. If you say some of these things have been budgeted for in opaque institutions, he did not say it once. He said it a number of times. So then you have to ask yourself the question. So were you part of this? You were aware that this was happening and you let it slide? Or are you going to say then you are powerless in these decision makings? Because if you're saying it was budgeted for, that means that there were folks who had a general understanding and they allowed these things to occur.
And you had
and
knowledge
you
of
were
it.
part of you. If you,
had
had knowledge of it and let it slide, then you are inadvertently part of it. You are. Whether you signed on the dotted line or whether you nodded your head in acquiescence of it when this was going on, you're part of it. So can you remove yourself from the equation? And I would say absolutely not. You cannot remove yourself from something that you are until today still part of an administration. So as you're pointing fingers out and saying this is happening, then here we are. Okay. There was a case that we saw that had gone to a few, I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was somebody who came out and essentially was going to be a whistleblower and said, actually, this is what was happening. So essentially what you have done is that you've turned the spotlight on yourself for then folks to ask you questions and say, okay, so now, tell us, how exactly were these things happening? And why did you allow them to slide if you were in this position? So it really isn't fair, like you had said earlier, Eric. It isn't fair that if you're saying you have knowledge of these things that are going on where public funds are being mismanaged and outrightly stolen, and then we keep quiet about it until you find yourself in a corner and then you want to say, all right, you know what? This is actually happening and it is wrong. What are you doing?
The word inadvertent, by its very nature, is descriptive and is all-encompassing for so many situations and in so many situations. Why am I saying this? Every time our politicians utter the things they do, I think the reason why they continue doing so is because we, the so-called mwananchi or the citizens of the country, we very rarely take them to task. Very, very rarely. We cheer, once in a while we jeer, but by and large, we more or less just seem to urge them along. And so they get in the habit of saying whatever it is that comes to their mind, they feel this is what I need to say. This question is something we ask here very, very often. We ask the question, but folks, you have been in positions of authority. You have even headed ministries. When you come seeking for a certain post and you've changed parties or you've moved from where you were before to a new position, why is it that you're suddenly saying things that seem to indicate that you've never been part and parcel of any decision or authority that were actually responsible and had the means to bring about the changes? And they do it with the greatest of ease. How is it that politicians forget that? Look at the treachery that exists within just the existing political system. MOUs are not honored. Agreements are not honored. There's talk around it. And we have seen it time and time again. And somewhere along the line, the justification given is supposed to suffice, and then it is okay. Really. You are then furthering a culture of untruth, and somehow you think it will not come back to bite you at some point. Actually, it does. Sooner rather than later.
So, okay. Everything else, if the deputy president is saying that the democracy is on trial in the country, because that's what he said, there is a growing concern by many Kenyans about the deliberate intrusion by agencies to try and manipulate decisions that are made in the country. And he said, but the people of Kenya are resilient and they're going to fight and push back against this. He said, blackmail and intimidation will not prevail. Our economy has been captured and curtailed and it has been brokered. He says, I will speak against attempts to straitjacket people into predetermined outcomes. Is he speaking the truth? Whether he's participated in it or not?
About the situation on the ground as it is?
Yes.
Could be truth into what he's saying. That corruption is budgeted for.
Corruption is budgeted for.
He would not be the first person to say it.
There's democracy on trial in the country. There's things are just going south. There's
is he saying something that folks don't know?
The
on
biggest
this side
issue
of the
on the
pond?
ballot is the democracy of our nation and all those things.
Is he picking off of what is a reality to very many people? He would not have been the first person to say this, that corruption is budgeted for. Civil society shouts about this thing every day. Is he going to be the first one to have said it? Is there truth in what he's saying? I'm sure there is.
All right. So, but does he have the moral standing to say what he's saying? Then that's a question.
You know, every politician.
Does he have the justification to say what he's saying?
Yes, he does. As a Kenyan politician, they all have license to be hypocritical. You can say anything you like. You can do one thing today and say the complete opposite tomorrow. You can mix it up as much as you see fit. State outright lies, bare-knuckled lies. But the following day, change it again and make it something else. Because it's a culture they have developed, and that's how they go about their business of politicking. People say things. What the public does when something is untrue, usually, they don't jeer, they laugh. They say, oh, listen to what this guy is saying.
Yeah.
It's an odd laughter, because what you're laughing at may be very pivotal to a life-changing moment in your life, because this person is exactly in a position to make decisions, and yet you have made it a point of humor. At some point, yet it may be wry humor, but in all honesty, it's tragedy that you're talking about. It's tragedy that you're laughing at. Because the decisions that are made, these statements that are made, the culture that they build is what has been coming back to bite us again and again and again and again. And the understanding that political example is considered to be an okay. So, Martha Karua put it very clearly here. A thief is a thief. If someone steals and comes back to your community, they're still a thief. And there's nothing like the person stealing for the community. No one steals for any community. They steal for themselves. Now, if I replace the word thief with, say, there is nothing like a communal liar. If someone is a politician and they're elected to office, it means they've been elected to represent you.
Yeah.
Now, they may not like it, they may not think so, but that representation, unfortunately, is precisely that, representation. And people will look at it, they will imbibe it. This complaint that you often hear from Kenyan politicians, that all these young people, all these Kenyans are always asking for handouts. Who created that culture of handouts? Who? It's them. It may not be these particular politicians, but the political class created it. So now it's coming back to bite them.
Yeah.
Where you utter a word, somebody has their hand out. You utter a second word, they have the other hand out. You utter a third one, they have both hands out.
Expecting something.
Yes, and you do better. And if you don't, it means they have evolved and gone to a point to say, okay, folks, we get you. We did our bit. We attended your meeting. We laughed. We jeered. We participated in large numbers. Pay up.
It is difficult for you to listen to somebody who is part and parcel of a current administration pointing fingers in the other direction and then not asking questions. I think you must, because it must be then, okay, so this is happening under your watch, literally. It would seem as though then he was trying to back himself into a corner and say, look, I'm not part of this. It is them. And look at what they are currently doing, because you're on the other side of the pond. Why should anybody, it doesn't matter, be it the president, be it the deputy president, be it a member of parliament, and you're involved in a process that you have seen has gone awry, and then you're saying it is them who did it. Where were you? I think we have to ask that question.
Yeah.
You really do have to ask. Did you know that these things were going on? Let's just say that you had no idea, or that you were not part of it. You did not press the button. You did not sign on the dotted line. But you knew that these things were going on. Omission? Commission? Where does that
What
fall
did you
in
do
place?
about
What did you do
it?
about it? Did you speak out? No.
So let's open the phone line. 0719-012-600. The DP says there is budgeted corruption in the country. 100 billion shillings is lost every year directly from designed into corruption, because there are institutions that are included into this, into being funded, and they are all just corrupt and opaque institutions. You never get to know how much money is going in there. He also says that there's an attempt to derail our democratic process as a country. Democracy is on trial. The question is, does the deputy president have the moral high ground or the moral standing to speak about these ills in the current government, to speak about these ills today when he goes out there in the States and says, you know what, unless our friends and partners in the world do something and intervene, things back home are just going south. Does he? That's, I think, the same question that Captain Parsite is asking. He's saying, are you saying because somebody was part of a rotten system, they cannot be allowed to speak about the rot in that system?
They can speak, but then you also have to be prepared for a lot of questions coming at you. You can say whatever it is that you want to say, but then you will not be preserved from the slew of questions that will come at you and ask. So you are part of this. What role then did you play either to get rid of the problem or to participate in it. You can speak, but then be ready for the onslaught of questions.
You can say you're the whistleblower.
It's okay.
You know-
We must still ask you. The whistleblowers have often been put to task and asked questions. We tend to think that whistleblowers
not sometimes.
all the time. We tend to think that whistleblowers will come out and they just came and say, "This is what happened and I saw," and then we leave you alone. Absolutely not. They're under fire and ask questions. Where were you when this and this and this and this happened? Were you not privy to a part of? They ask questions. They don't just come and give a sanitized version of what they see and then they are left alone. No, they are scrutinized. So,
You know, the question that has been asked is a valid question, but it gets to yet another issue that we perhaps don't address or look at with honesty. We don't really have a problem with corruption in this country, not really. We have a problem with a certain level of corruption which excludes us or is so far up that it doesn't give you an opportunity to participate in it. Why am I saying this? Whenever people complain about corruption, it isn't the act. Usually the hue and cry is the amount. You say, "Hey, you mean that amount is what went?" We don't look at the everyday corruption that we've normalized. The bribing of the police person, going to a place to determine, to try and get a process fast-tracked for you. And you ask somebody, now this thing, can we, yes. The other day we were talking about what parents do to ensure that their children get to public schools. That is considered normal, by the way. Someone will tell you this isn't corruption. This is facilitation. Okay? Yes, it is. That person's job is supposed to do the very thing you're paying them for. In fact, they actually have a salary they earn every month to do that very same thing.
Okay.
Now, if we have accepted this, and all we are complaining about is levels and also individuals or people who represent certain communities who we feel are getting too much of it and not enough of it is coming to us, then I would ask the question, who actually has moral authority?
To ask whom?
So nobody has moral authority to talk about corruption in this country?
In this country? Oh,
not
no.
William Ruto, not Eric Latiff, not C.T. Muga.
Oh, no. I'm asking the question. What bar are we setting for us to take the moral high ground? Or are we saying we are participants in this same evil?
You are taking a conversation into another level.
I
We are
am.
dealing with one direct issue here.
No.
Deputy President talks about corruption. Does he have moral authority? Stop bringing 56 million people into it.
We haven't reached 6. We're just approaching 550.
You're adding even those that are going to be
even the
born
things that have
next,
been
in the
brought
next 10 years.
against him,
Let's go
whether
to the
they're
phone lines,
imagined
though.
or otherwise.
Mohammed is on hold. Mohammed in Mombasa, good morning.
Good morning, Eric, CT, and Lou.
Good morning.
You're all well?
We're well, Mohammed.
How have you been, Mohammed?
I have been very well, thank you, with the grace of God. I just want to, the question that you're posing is a little bit broader than perhaps you may have intended it to be. And the tangent on which CT has headed is similar to my thought process in the sense that we are asking whether the DP has the moral authority as opposed to the DP and others.
Yeah.
I wish for us to just step back one more layer back and say, why are we limiting this conversation to Kenya? Can you please name me one country in this world that does not have corruption that's endemic? What CT has said is very right. It depends on whether we are affected by it, at which layer or which stratosphere that corruption is happening. So that begs the next question. The very fact that our political class have stepped up to the position of leadership, what is their intent to do so? Is it to be leaders, which means by definition selfless, which means by definition to do good for the community over themselves, etc.? Or is it what it is absolutely obvious at every level of government that it is a business?
Okay.
So
their intention. You're asking about their intention. So, but let's ask her what's their responsibility as well, Mohammed?
In that position.
I mean, if you've been elected into a position of authority as a deputy president, as a president, or deputy president, what is your responsibility when it comes to all these ills in society, especially pilferage of public funds?
why are we limiting this discussion only to the president and the deputy president, the CEO and the deputy CEO of the country?
Because
what
today,
about the
Because
47
today we're
counties?
looking at a story where the deputy president, as of Wednesday, made a statement about this particular thing.
And he has done it in a country where they claim that there is no corruption. Tell me which part of the American society is not corrupt.
But you see, you have to look at the optics that are being played out here,
is
Mohammed.
the president of America complaining about corruption?
Did the president
in America?
of America talk about corruption here on that same Wednesday that now gave an option for him to complain about?
So that is an option of there is a political timing situation. That is a very different question to the fundamental question that you are asking. The fundamental question that CT has moved into is, I think, the discussion that needs to be had. Because we can talk about the Wednesday, the Tuesday, the Friday, but nothing has changed from Adam, and nothing will change till the end
I
of the
disagree with you, Mohammed.
Please tell me why.
Let's hear from the others, and we'll address that. Thank you, Mohammed. Ali in Garissa, good morning.
Good morning, my brother Eric Latiff. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
Pia nisalimie babangu kule, alafu na msichana.
Hey.
Na usalimia wote.
Good morning.
Tumepokea salamu, asante.
Asante sana. Very informative discussion there. Congratulations, guys. Now let me chip in. I will start with the rigging claims. Eric, if our memory is also better, let us just play a little bit history. You remember in 2017, President Uhuru Kenyatta and his deputy William Ruto's victory was annulled by the Supreme Court on account of irregularities and illegalities. 5 days after that annulment, the DP, the president, and their troop went to State House and launched a scathing attack on the judges who delivered that judgment. In fact, they called them Wakora. And I remember our good DP saying that you had your day, ours is coming. Threatening judges who have just executed their duties. You know, they annulled that victory on the basis of the evidence that was adduced in the court. So it means that that election was stolen. So rigging is there. To confess, rigging is there. But the deputy president complaining in a foreign land that there are plans to rig election when he had power, when in 2017, if he believed in the rule of law, he should not have attacked judges who delivered those rules. So these politicians, hovering around, saying that this and that, I don't believe in them, particularly the deputy president, William Ruto. This is a guy who has mastered the art of speaking from the bottom of the mind, or of the mouth.
Okay, Ali.
The other issue he talked about is the inclusivity. He talked about social, economic inclusivity. But let me remind you, my brother, in 2013, when they came to power, everybody was given 50-50. They shared the government 50-50. Listen now. Deputy President appointed Henry Rotich as he came up, the list. Henry Rotich amepatiwa treasury. David Chirchir energy. Phyllis Kepsesugoi sijui. Frederick Roney, Charles Kiter, Simon Chilugoi, Wally Beck, all of them they are colleagues. So when the deputy talks about inclusivity, unless he defines for us this term inclusivity, maybe he has another meaning that other Kenyans don't know. But if inclusivity means what it means in the normal dictionary, then DP William Ruto should not talk about inclusivity. You remember, from the side of the deputy of the Uhuru Kenyatta, we had Fred Matiang'i, we had James Macharia, Amina Mohammed, Aden Mohammed, Ainwai Guru, Rachel Amamo, Michael Kamau, Joko Kemenyi, Najib Balala, Charity Ngulu, Olenko, Danka Zungu, very inclusive, from Kisii to Kikuyu to Somali to Luo to Meru to Luya to Kamba to Masai to Griema. But on the side of the DP, we had inclusive Kalenjin people. So the deputy president, I think he is not fit. This guy is not fit for presidency, and we should shun him absolutely if this Kenya makes progress.
Thank you, Ali. Asante, good day. Mwalimu Irongo in Kisii.
Yes. Good morning, Eric.
Morning.
City and Indu, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you, Mwalimu. How are you?
I'm fine. Taking a cup of porridge before I go to school. Now, is the DB morally right to tell us what has been happening? He isn't. You know, it is very bad for the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, who has not resigned, to tell us that we have been losing 100 billion
every year,
every time we have a budget. I remember, with whichever reasons that Jaramogi Oginga had in around 1966 there, or somewhere thereabout, when he felt things are not being executed the right way, he resigned. So we have a deputy president who is earning from public coffers, whose office is being facilitated by the budget, moving around and telling us that, you know, I'm eating your money, but you know what we are doing there is a lot of corruption. Now, let me also briefly talk about what the last caller said, telling us that, you see, democracy in Kenya is at stake. This is the same deputy president under whose watch, together with the president and the Kina Aden Duale, wanted to bring a bill to parliament, not even wanted to bring, brought, to change electoral rules so that it can be legal for anybody to dispute an election. You know, I will talk, but the end and the beginning of it is that we saw children being tear-gassed on account of Western Hotel. And what did the DP say? See, watu wachana na mimi hiyo kauteli nimewasi wachana na mimi bwana. So the deputy president does not have the moral authority to talk about corruption in the Republic of Kenya. And by the way, if he feels that it is he forgot to resign, by the time he steps at the JKIA, let him resign, apologize, and tell Kenyans he is not contesting because he has let us down.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mwalimu Irongo. It is 20 to 10. Let's take this quick break, but let's talk about how to deal with headaches.
I'm telling you, headaches issues there. But there's a way to deal with that works much faster than what you would normally swallow with your normal painkiller, right? Cipladon is an effervescent paracetamol. It's absorbed 2 times faster. So that headache comes like this. Deal with it twice in terms of speed. Faster than ordinary paracetamol. It offers significantly faster pain relief. Cipladon is used for relieving headaches, including migraine and tension headaches, that thing you're feeling in the morning, CT, period pains, and relieving the fever, aches and pains of colds and flu. Cipladon 500 mg is sweetened with aspartame, and 1000 mg has a neutral flavor. It's available at all good pharmacies near you, as well as Chandarana supermarkets. If symptoms persist, please seek medical advice. And there's an offer up, folks are winning, sharing their information. And this is what happened with Quatch.
David.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Did we speak early on?
Yeah, we spoke.
I want to give you 5,000 shillings courtesy of Cipladon. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, Edward.
Okay, now this is what I want you to do, brother. Okay? With that 5 Gs,
yes.
Go and invest in some Cipladon, all right?
Yeah.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
If a
get up now, I can have breakfast with babes, drop the kids off and finish my presentation. I'll pay the school fees, buy data, and hopefully I can still hit the gym and be on time to see my little girl as a big tree in her school play.
We know that life is go, go, go. That's why with ABSA's digital channels, you can bank when, where, and how you want, so you can focus on what or who is important to you. Get things done simply with our digital solutions.
To bank anytime, anywhere on our digital channels, dial star 224 hash or download the ABSA app on the App Store or Play Store.
That's Africanacity. That's ABSA. ABSA Bank Kenya PLC is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. Terms and conditions apply.
21 degrees and sunny in Nairobi. We'll see highs today of 27 and lows of 16. It's sunny at 20 in Nakuru, highs of 30 and lows of 12. 28 will be the high in Nyeri, where it's sunny at 18. It'll come down to chilly cold of 9. Partly sunny conditions at 20 in Eldoret, highs of 27 and lows of 13. And we're looking at sunny conditions at 31 in Mombasa, going up to highs of 32. 32 will also be the high in Malindi, where it's currently partly sunny at 29. And it's sunny at 24 in Kisumu. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 19. Kakamega is sunny at 25, highs of 32 and lows of 15. We're looking at a haze over Kampala today, highs of 30 and lows of 18, where it's mostly cloudy. In Dar es Salaam at 29. We'll see highs of 32. It's partly sunny in Lagos at 27, highs of 33. 24 will be the high in a sunny Joburg, coming down to lows of 16. 23 will be the low in Kinshasa today, where it's sunny at 25 at the moment. Going into Friday evening, it's 11 degrees and sunny in Beijing. We'll see lows of -3. 7 degrees and cloudy in Paris, highs of 13 and lows of 2. While London is hazy as well at 8. It'll go to highs of 9, back down to lows of 8. It's -4 coming into early Friday morning in New York. The highs will be 4, lows -4.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads. You're listening to Spice
What's happening on the
FM.
Superhighway right about now? Traffic still building up and slowing down, looking a little bit better, coming away from Clayworks and then getting towards the Utali Drift and out towards the Pangani underpasses, where we'll still see some traffic. Kiambu Road never really let go of this traffic thing for most of today. Coming off Juja Road and getting into the city is still quite hot and heavy. A lot of folks decided to run away from the Thika Superhighway and come onto Juja Road, the back way of Outer Ring. And now what has happened? They are stuck. So this one, we have to get out of it without too much of a scratch, we hope. And Gong Road looking much better today. Just the final dregs of traffic coming off Raila Odinga Way that was off Langata Road. And we should be all right. Uhuru Highway continues to be a thing through the morning. Be safe, whatever is happening. Then talk to us through the day on SpiceFM. KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right.
Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice.
With regards to corruption, but he was out there in America.
The supposed opposition leader has become a puppet of government, and the leader of the ruling party is now a refugee in the opposition. The handshake took away the oversight role of the opposition. In Kenya today, we do not have an opposition. There is a mongrel of an organization. Nobody knows what the hell it is. People don't know whether we have the opposition in government or the government in the opposition. Because for all intents and purposes, the opposition is running government and government is running the opposition, which is quite a situation.
The mongrel. And then, when the matters of democracy,
democracy is on the ballot in this election. Inclusivity is on the ballot in this election. The stability of Kenya is on the ballot in this election, in the sum total of it. So that's why this election is very...
First of all, when it comes to corruption, corruption is budgeted 100 billion shillings is lost every year to corruption. This amount has grown tenfold over the last 10 years. And he says it's going into institutions that are opaque. You don't know what this institution is, what it's supposed to be doing, what it's supposed to be doing with the money that it has received. So the question we are asking is, does the DP have the moral authority to talk about corruption and about democracy, about all these things in a government where he is deputy president? He has said the government is in the opposition is in government. There's a mongrel of things here people don't understand. 0719-012-600. Zachary, good morning.
Oh, morning, people.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm happy. I'm happy that I can hear Mr. Eric there, the agent provocateur, and the our old guy, good guy there, Morimando. How are you people?
I'm very well, thank you.
He's very old.
I have to. I'm very old, but he's a blessing to us. And in particular today, he sounds very energetic, and I'm happy. Now, let me say this, yeah? I have to go to the word that we ran earlier, somebody being, duplicity. Duplicity, okay? And so far, I expected someone to have mentioned that word, including the panel there, but none has mentioned it. DP is just a being
duplicitous.
Duplicitous, yes.
Yeah, so whatever he is saying is quite correct, but it should not have emanated from him. And if I was the Americans, I would have asked him, when they told him that there are some courses that take 7 years, some very complicated courses that one goes to university to study, like, the surgery, neuroscience, particle physics, and all these things, It takes them 7 years. The DP has not been in the political scene for 10 years, as some of us are trying to say. He has been there since 1992. That's almost 30 years, You mean it took him all those years to know whatever allow me to call it so, whatever he is telling us. I would tell him kindly, call yourself an activist in government. There is this young man that I respect so much, Mr. Izaze, the former deputy government of Nairobi. No one has mentioned it. In the whole of Kenya, I would actually cite that person as the most transparent person. He resigned and he told us the way that my governor or my boss is trying to land Nairobi, I feel that I cannot be part of it. And he resigned. There is 1 year after they were elected, is it?
Yes.
That is the kind of characters that we want. But the DP has gone to America as an activist. I would also ask
on taxpayers' money.
On taxpayers' money, I would ask him, how heavy is this message that you are bringing to us, such that you have to use taxpayers' money to deliver this message, to bring actually that one delegate? What are they going there to do for? I mean, to take that message. So let me refer you to, and you forgive me for being redundant because of referring to Mr. Chinua Achebe's book, There's this guy, as I finish very quickly, Okoh, and he is my hero, actually. 1 year, a certain year, the Yams did not do well. And then he said, let me go and consult the oracles. The oracles told him, okay, you are rich father, you know, he's saying that you have not to give poor derivation or, had not been going to pay homage to his parents, And then he asked, what do I need to bring? He was told, okay, bring Fiji2 and Bremis cocks. And then Okonkwo said, in his wisdom, can you ask Yunoka or the both ghosts and the spirits of him that how many cockerels that he gave to the spirit, So Mr. Ruto is a liar. All the way to 2013, I said that this was not the right people that we ought to have elected.
Okay.
Sawa
Zachary.
Thank you guys, and have a nice weekend.
You too. Good day. Enoch in Kiambu, good morning.
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
Very well.
Yes, sir.
And Muga.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Well, I think when you wake up, on something and you start doing it, as a person, we cannot deny you the right to speak on some issues. And it's like we are trying to gang or DP. It's like he's not supposed to talk on corruption. If he has done it, I think it's a good thing.
Sorry?
Whatever the time he has said it.
It doesn't matter whether he has a responsibility to fight what he's saying or not.
DP does not responsibility. He is in the constitution, but it has taken away from him.
Okay.
It was taken away from him long time ago. So, if anything, you know, sometimes it surprises me when the president talks about the corruption. Is right, and actually, the CEO, the buck stops with him. But if somebody else says, if the DP talks, we criticize that. But the president, we don't even talk much about the president.
No, let's ask you, Enoch. Does the president have the moral authority to talk about corruption, to complain about corruption?
Yeah, not complaining. He's supposed to talk about it and to fight about it.
Okay, but complaining?
Yes.
Does he have the moral authority to complain?
Not really. But the DP, because they took his powers and his duties, I don't think whether we are supposed to question him. And when he talks about the leaking of the election, I think he has a point. When he started talking about the membering of Jubilee, some of you, like you, Eric, and others, were celebrating. But you see, Jubilee is a public entity which is funded by our funds, and it was dismembered and nobody who wants to ask. Why was our money spent on...
What did we celebrate? You know?
Eric, I listen to you. I've listened to you every day. Even when I don't call you, I listen to you.
What? Just remind me, what was it that we were celebrating?
You are saying the boss has come, he wants to take over. I can remember your words very well. Yeah, and the boss was the president.
That he's taking over his party.
But he was dismembering a public utility. So sometimes I feel there are some medias who are actually campaigning some individuals and also campaigning for others. I don't think whether we are supposed to be.
And I respect there's something I'd like to ask you. In your opinion, when you talk about political parties, and you're right in that they do get public funding, by their very existence, are they a hybrid, a public entity and yet also a private entity?
By our constitution, is supposed to be more or less like a public entity. It's a dial because there is the criteria which we use, we fund to this level. Yeah,
you know the moment you bring in the element of membership,
our resources, yes.
And the moment you bring in membership, you bring in an element of
ownership.
Yes, and privatization also. So it isn't as public as we think. There are elements of that you could say within political parties that make them public because we see and hear them on a daily basis. But as to how they run, are they even subject to public scrutiny?
What do you define as public?
Public, for instance,
it doesn't have to take the whole population, but it can take part of the population.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. So long as it's out in the open, then it can be deemed to be public.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So to me, political parties are public entities.
I agree with you there.
And they are funded with our resources. President Uhuru dismembered Jubilee, which is a public entity, and we are letting him to go away with it, to get away with it. This fund is not accepted.
So you don't accept that one?
No.
Sawa. Thank you, Enoch. Have a good day. Janet Kuria, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Very well.
You're on fire, you guys. So, this is my contribution in a nutshell. One, can you stop blaming the media? For one, I'll support you guys. Because at the end of the day, when these guys go to campaign, it's not that they call like SpiceFM, you guys come and listen to us, and then this is what you're going to tell the listeners. Yeah? So I feel sometimes we actually very unfair when it comes to the media. We need to address what these people are saying. Number two, whether it's Raila or Uhuru or Ruto or Kalonzo or they've been there. And all these things they're saying now, they've said it before. So what's the difference?
What's new?
Then why are Kenyans getting so angry?
But let me ask you, Janet.
Yes.
When the deputy president goes to speak as he has spoken in this
Yes.
current tour, does he have the moral authority to talk about, corruption has grown tenfold over the last 10 years. What is actually on the ballot in August is not just the will of the people, it's democracy that's on the ballot, that's on trial. Does he have the moral authority to say that?
But I would also ask you when, what's her name? Shege.
Wanjiru Shege, Sabina.
Sabina.
Sabina, yeah. When he stood and said that, you know what, it's about rigging the elections, it's been there before. So bring it on. And that is the side of Azimio. And this is now the side of who? I mean, there's no one who is correct. Nobody. So for me, I feel, well, Ruto should not actually, he doesn't need to enter a plane to go and discuss these things and try to blind the Kenyans who are there. I think it's right. Number two, it's the wrong time for Uhuru to start saying what Ruto did or did not do. Kama mtoto amekosea from the word go, don't go to the to the school and start now telling the teachers, oh, you know, my kid has been a BCD. You already knew.
You knew.
But you didn't do anything about it.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you for your call this morning. Have a lovely day.
You too, then.
Asante. City, take us to the weekend with that proverb. Don't look into somebody's phone because...
Wow.
Those who pry into other people's affairs will hear what they do not like. And we added, will also see
what they don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this also applies to politicians. You go around saying things that you know very well, you understand better than you're giving the impression you do. You will hear and see things you do not like.
You don't like. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation this week. We'll be back next week, God willing, Monday to Friday. Have a lovely weekend. 00 Direct is on tomorrow.
From 10 to 2. Indeed.
And what does she do?
Conversations about women, for women, and music by all women.
Hey, that's a lovely one. Good day, good weekend. See you on Monday. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire.